resource scarcity, and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
And good morning. We're here at Realcomm Live. I'm Lisa Woods with Realcomm, and with me this morning is Isabella Mitchell. She is the Director of Independent Consulting Network with Yardi. Hi, Isabella.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good, good. So we were chatting a little earlier, and I understand this is your first conference,
It is.
first Realcomm IBCon conference.
Yes.
So what do you think so far?
It's very exciting. I'm enjoying it a lot. A great number of people to meet, and we had an event last night with our clients and our consultants around the harbor. So it was really very nice. I'm
Great.
really having a good time.
Great. Now, can you tell us a little bit about how long have you been with Yardi,
Sure.
what your role is there, maybe a little bit about your background, since this is your first conference. Not a lot
Sure.
of people may know what you do, or where you came from, how long you've been where you are now. So just give us a little bit of background.
Sure. I've been with Yardi about 16 years. So I started in the support and services division, and I was there for about 11 years. I'm in New York, actually.
Okay.
And then about 5 years ago, I moved over to the sales side and helped with multifamily and investment management. And then about a year and a half, almost 2 years ago, I started working with the independent consultants. And it's really fun because they're a great group of folks that we have with us, and they help our clients when, the client needs more hand-holding or more services that we can't provide, or they would
Yes.
rather get from a third party.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about that. I'm not sure that a lot of people are aware of the Independent Consulting Network with Yardi. Can you tell us, has that been around a long time?
Yeah.
Is that something that you just started? Give us a little bit of overview on what that group is all about.
Yeah. So as I said, we have around 130 of them. They've been around. We've done this for roughly 15 years or so,
Okay.
formally, informally,
Sure.
And so what happens is when a client licenses software, they need implementation services. And so either we provide it for them, or the client has the option to hire a third party. So these are folks that we've already met, we work with, and we know about. And so we put them on our website as kind of recommended to work with if they're going outside of Yardi.
Okay.
So a trusted partnership, basically, with
Okay.
with third party.
Okay. And I understand that Yardi is in the process of revamping
Yes.
this consulting network. So can you tell me a little bit about that? What kind of revamping are you doing? Why did you decide that
Right.
you wanted to change or adjust or improve?
Yeah.
Give us a little bit of that history.
Well, because it's been around for a while, and it's been very much a transactional kind of relationship.
Mhm.
We thought at this point in our development, Yardi's growing super fast, and we have a rapid growth plan. Our products are innovating. It's very hard to keep up, even for us, and we work there. We realized that it's important for us to continue to increase our focus and our investments in our partners.
Mhm.
Partners have always been a very big part of the Yardi ecosystem, but we're focusing more on the actual benefits for the partners as well as Yardi right now. And so that's why we thought it was a good time last year. We've been talking about it for a while, but last year in earnest, we started revamping the program and adding to it and having serious conversations about what we want to do and how we want to improve it. And I think so far it's going really well. We're getting positive feedback from internally, from Yardi folks and from the consultants. So
Okay.
I think it's going well.
That's really interesting. I think that's an outstanding program that you put in place. Can you tell me some of the benefits that consultants get by being part of the network?
Sure. So first and foremost, they get a listing on our website.
Okay.
So if a client has licensed Yardi software and they want someone to help them, either if they've already licensed it or maybe they're looking to license it, even with product selection, our consultants help with that as well.
Okay.
They can go to the Yardi website and you can, search by market, by product and region, things like that, and find consultants, or, you reach out to Yardi folks and we can help you as well. And then, after the listing, they'll get sandbox environments. So we have different platforms, Breeze, Voyager, and we have sandbox environments so that the consultants have access to the software itself, and they can take a look at it and play with it. And if they have questions, they reach out, they create cases, and our support people help them. In addition to that, we have a consultant portal, so we can communicate with them and transfer documents that way. We also do an executive briefing for our consultants. We started it this year. We're going to have an annual executive briefing in Santa Barbara. So they get to speak with our executives, understand the roadmap for the verticals and things like that. They come to our YAS, our annual YAS event. And also we've kicked off, we're piloting a university, an Aspire University for them, so they can get trained and get certification and things like that.
Yeah, tell me a little bit more about the university.
Okay, so that our university is built on our Aspire platform, so it's one of our products. We like to use our own products.
Yeah.
And so it breaks down kind of with the product line, so Breeze and Voyager, and then further down even into the verticals. And so the idea is into the future, we have learning plans that we've created for each of the verticals. And as the consultants go through the learning plans, they'll get kind of like a badge that follows them around, or the consultancy will get a badge. So it just makes them stand out when clients are on the website looking for a consultant that does investment management, and they have the IM badge. Okay. So they know, okay, they've been through the certification process, if you want, and you already said they're good. So that's kind of why we started the university, because the product lines are so vast and we're growing so quickly. It's important to try and get our consultants as many resources as possible, right, to keep up with the vast product lines that we do have, right, and to make sure they're up to date and they understand what the offerings look like and how they can better represent that when they're working with our clients.
Well, and I've heard a lot of conversations across a number of different sessions at the conference this year, but particularly those that are dealing with talent.
Yeah.
With talent, with hiring and retaining talent in your organizations. And I think the one central theme is around empowering those employees, making sure that you're putting a lot of money and effort, yep, and resources into training, so that the employees feel that they are being supported, feel that they have a confidence in what they're doing. And I think that's really important. So that's a tremendous network and a tremendous system that
Mm-hmm.
Yardi has in place to really bolster and support the consulting community.
Yeah.
So I think that's something that a lot of companies are really thinking about in terms of putting money and resources into.
Yeah, I think the constant communication and interaction, and we're also doing co-marketing opportunities with our consultants, something that we want to make sure that they understand, they feel supported, and mm-hmm. we're doing the best that we can to kind of help them along, because the products are so rich and right. There's so many of them. It's hard, obviously, to do everything. We've just started. This is right. going to be a multi-year project, and as time goes on, the university will get with more and more a larger library of courses, and the services, the resources we give them will be increased as well. Mm-hmm. But you have to start somewhere, right? And so that's why we're just starting with the base, and we've built the infrastructure. That's what we've been doing the last kind of 12 months. Haven't seen a lot of changes because the infrastructure was being built. Right. And now that most of that is there, we can see the good stuff coming now that's more visual, mm-hmm. like the university and the portal and all those other things, the executive briefing, because we want to be able to share our thought leadership and where the company's going with the consultants so that they understand where our minds are and they can kind of reflect that too.
And everybody's on the same page.
On the same page, yeah. Yes. That's always very hard to do.
Yeah, it really is with an organization that's as big as Yardi is, yes. and probably,
and grown quickly.
And growing quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm only here, only 16 years, but when I started, our office was only, on Long Island, it was only 30 people. It was mm-hmm. very small. Mm-hmm. And now we're way over 250, and we've moved
Wow.
locations, and the company is huge at this point.
Yeah.
And to still be private is really wonderful. It's a wonderful
Absolutely.
organization to work with.
Well, we only have a couple of minutes, so my final question would be, if someone wanted to become part of the network, what is their first step? What do they need to do?
So that's a great question. While we're revamping it, we've actually closed out the system so that we don't take on new folks, because it's hard to revamp it while you're, take
Right.
on new people while you're revamping it. So
Right.
we kind of closed out the application process for new folks right now. But I would say if someone's interested, they could reach out towards the end of this year, more like December 2024,
Okay.
and we can give them an update on when we expect it to reopen.
Okay. All right. Great. Well, it was a pleasure having you, and hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. This is the last day.
Yeah,
so
I have,
we
and
wrap
it's
things
great
up
to
this
meet.
afternoon.
Yeah, it's great to meet this Realcomm conference and have our consultants here too,
Yeah.
and our clients. It's really been fabulous. Thank you so
Good.
much for having us.
Well, thank you for being here, and maybe we can chat again sometime in the near future.
Sure.
And check in on how the network is doing and how
be
you're
great.
doing, and would love to have you back and have a chat.
Great. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you for being here.
Thanks.
And that wraps up this discussion. We'll be right back.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atrius is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're breathing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act.
Hey everybody, welcome to Realcomm Live. I'm Tom Shercliffe with Intelligent Buildings, and I'm here with Kunal Chitre, and we're going to talk about software and services impact on sustainable operations. But I'd like to get started, Kunal, if you can just talk about maybe a little bit about Siemens, because Siemens does so many things, but maybe what you're doing with Siemens and then your role.
That's right, absolutely. Thank you, Tom, for having me here. My first Realcomm, and it's just been a blast. And so I am the global head of pre-sales for our digital platform called as Building X. And Siemens is a large company, and the division I work for is called as Smart Infrastructure. where we focus on everything from a sensor in a building all the way to the grid. And the group that I work for deals in buildings and building adjacent technologies. And my particular role is to drive the adoption of digital technologies and the Siemens Building X platform.
Okay, great. And so then the topic is software and services on operations. So just a thumbnail about what software and services means in a building context, as you said.
Absolutely. So software and service is kind of a broad term. And when we talk about software, typically it's the building automation software, it's software at the edge, and then mainly the platform, the digital platform that connects all of this together. And then services, from our perspective, are managed services that we provide to our customers, where they rely on Siemens for everything from remote support all the way to us being able to roll a truck if needed and deliver the outcomes to them.
Okay, and so maybe now in the context, we talked earlier about the evolution, right? We went from digital to digital controllers, fault detection, middleware, dashboards, platforms, and now AI, right? But they're not evolving; they're stacking, right? So how do you see services helping with that, ever increasing stack?
Absolutely, and we see this in the industry, right, with the evolution of direct digital controls and how that has evolved now into a cloud-based software technology platform. A lot of our customers, when they look at software, they start with DIY, sort of that day one approach of situational awareness. But then customers start to ask questions. It's like, how is this technology now going to help us get value, right? How do we get some kind of an outcome out of it?
Yeah.
And that's where these managed services that we provide come into play, because we have the domain knowledge, the skill set, and the expertise to then get into the details of how these buildings are performing, right? Are the buildings shifting out of baseline? What kind of additional energy we can extract out of it? The software helps us, right? But then it's the people and processes and the domain expertise that we bring in that ties it all together through our services.
So for the fuller operational functionality,
that's right,
and the outcomes. Now that all looks good on a whiteboard.
Yeah,
but we know, I'm teasing, but in a building, the key word is fragmentation.
Yes.
Right. There's 6, 7, 8, 9 different contractors and systems, and maybe dozens ultimately. And that really dictates the actual operating environment, right? And even whether or not the other groups have visibility into the building. So, how do you deal with that fragmentation in the world of services?
That's a great question. I've been in buildings, by the way, that still have pneumatics.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Sometimes that sounds good.
and so typically what we see is, when the building automation business started, right, buildings were sold one building at a time, right? One technology at a time, one BMS at a time. And you have multi-vendor, multi-generation technologies out there. And the evolution that we are seeing in the industry right now is, at the local level, you want control of the building, you want to run that expert system, which is the BMS. But as you go up in the organization, leadership is looking at how can we get standardization, right? And there are challenges. For example, it's hard to find people. Right? So there's a labor force challenge, skilled labor coming in, right? Digital savviness.
They've talked about the generational staffing problem, right?
Exactly.
The guy or gal that knows the building inside out is about to retire. Now what?
Correct. And COVID kind of accelerated a lot of that. And so how do you codify that tribal knowledge before that leaves, right?
Yeah.
And how do you operate I call it centralized decentralization, where you can still run buildings individually, but then you have that governance through a digital layer on top. And that's kind of where we see things moving. And that's where we've put our efforts in terms of building our software technologies.
That's a fantastic phrase, that's centralized but not centralized, because you have to have the visibility if you're running a portfolio. But we all know, like the old saying, all politics is local.
That's right.
The same thing in a building. What is going to happen ultimately is that people are going to be comfortable and safe, whatever it takes. So the local is going to win at the end of the day. But if you can do both.
Absolutely. And what we typically see for large portfolios, right, that we work with, there are 3 themes that emerge, or 3 patterns. Okay. One is customers look for kind of energy sustainability, that decarbonization glide path. Ultimate goal is net zero. Then looking at comfort, safety, and experience.
Yep.
And comfort is thermal comfort. I'm in this building, I want to feel comfortable, right?
Yeah.
Safety, physical safety, access control, psychological safety.
Yeah.
And then experience, I'm in the space, I want to come to work,
Yeah.
right? So there is that theme. And then the third theme, which is very large, which ties to everything we're talking about, is operational transformation, right? Standardization at scale,
Yeah.
right? Reliability at the core of it. And how do we enable that for customers for a fleet of buildings?
I like what you said, because what you said with those three is, and also no false choices.
That's
You know,
right.
one doesn't have to win over the other. And I mean, it takes technology to do that, because it used to be that, hey, comfort was king. I don't care about anything else.
That's
my
right.
tenant is uncomfortable or whatever, my occupant's uncomfortable.
That's right.
How about, and then also I'm glad when you talked about those three things, that it wasn't just for the sake of data. You know, I've been guilty, and all of us for years, that you just need the data, and the outcomes you mentioned weren't as emphasized, right?
That's right.
To an endpoint. Okay, so we said it all looked good on a whiteboard until you got in the building. We fixed that.
Yes.
Now, cybersecurity is the one thing that over time we have seen really slow and sometimes stop progress.
Yes.
How do you deal with that when the customer says, I really like what you said, but I'm just not going there because of cybersecurity?
That is such a common discussion with customers, especially in facilities management, where I always hear this, right? That's not going to fly with IT.
Yeah, right.
And my take is, well, put me in front of IT.
Yeah.
Let's have the conversation. And what it boils down to is operational technology inherently was not designed to connect to cloud, right? Back in the days. And now as we see more and more controllers coming online, right? Siemens next generation controllers are all cloud connected, right? As an example.
Yeah.
And so the topic of cybersecurity comes into play.
Yeah.
And I always tell customers, it's a three-pronged approach. The first one is the technology itself. What are we doing to secure the technology? And the industry has done some things with BACnet Secure and things like that, right? And there are software tools that help us keep the OT side of the house secure.
Yeah.
But then it's also about a good program and governance around it,
Sure.
right? And thirdly, and I can't emphasize this more, is training. Training. You have to continually train people to understand simple things like a phishing email can wreak havoc. And so it's really important for us to focus on all these three things, but more importantly, the weakest link in the chain is the people that need training.
No. What you said was put me in front of IT, and I'm going to stick with that one. So, I need your number after this. So another thing just as big as cybersecurity, and we're just a short thought on this, AI. Is it in buildings, I'll make it simple for us, is it going to move faster or slower than in the buildings? Now, we all know we've struggled to be behind enterprise IT for years in adoption. Do you think AI in buildings is, maybe from a Siemens perspective?
Yeah. So yes, the answer is yes. It is progressing. The challenge I see with AI is you can build a data model, okay? But giving it domain context, that's the hard part. So, right. So at Siemens, we have teams of data scientists who are working on a lot of different things, and some of it sees light of day, and we've been very successful in getting those implemented.
Yeah.
And some of the things don't make sense because it's just not practical.
So, but to that point, then will services be something that can help with AI adoption? I mean, can services be powered by AI and the customer doesn't have to really get too into LLMs and all that at the building level?
So LLMs, you bring up an interesting point. So LLMs are getting more prevalent, right? These are getting adopted, and we have embraced LLM in our technology to not only make it easy for customers, but make it easy for ourselves. Because we face the same challenges our customers do in terms of manpower, right?
Yeah.
So how do we build that domain context and tribal knowledge into our technologies to continue to deliver the outcomes our customers expect from a company like Siemens?
I think that's a good thought. And maybe a final question, just in summary, how would you suggest somebody go about the strategy of going about software and services? Would they bid this out with a spec? Would they partner with somebody? Would they sort of pick a platform? Like just real in summary, how would you suggest you go about that?
Right. So typically in the industry, what happens is there is a vision that is set, and then it goes through the tiers for bid out. The success I've seen, 67% of digital transformation projects fail. Okay, only 34% succeed, and that success happens when you partner with a company like Siemens and say, let's work as a partnership. Let's create our day one, day two, day three plan. Let's create a roadmap on how we're going to drive this transformation, and let's do this together.
I think design build is a lost art, and maybe we can bring it back. And maybe I'll also summarize our conversation that I really do think that services can help smooth out all this technology evolution and AI and some of these complicated things. But more importantly, I'm going to remember to put you in front of IT.
That's right. Like, let's take the burden away from customers.
Yeah.
Right. Let's bring the experts that know how we can make this happen in a programmatic fashion and deliver value to our customers.
Well, that's great, and that's all for today. So thanks for listening to Software and Services Impact on Sustainable Operations.
Thank you, Tom.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology. It's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration. It's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
Virtuoso.
Virtuoso, how many leads have we received for Unit 100A?
Virtuoso, how much availability do we have in the Seattle market?
Virtuoso, what is the net effective rent of the fading deal?
Virtuoso, who are the top 10 expiring tenants in the next 90 days?
Virtuoso, create an emergency work order for the broken elevator.
Virtuoso, give me a list of all approved capital projects in 2021.
Virtuoso, send me a list of all the tenants with past due accounts receivable.
All right, welcome back to Realcomm Live. I'm excited to be here. This is kind of my Friday hangout. General session was like the peak, and then we got through the digis, and then I breathed. And then Friday's a lot more fun for me because I can have good conversations, and I'm not programmed every minute. So good to be here with you guys.
Same to you.
As we were getting ready to come up here, we said, yeah, we're going to, of course, we're going to talk about AI, given the three of you guys and the roles you played with the AI advisory group and all the programming here today. We'll start with that conversation. But I've been hearing an awful lot at the conference about legitimate adoption. And AI is forcing people to figure out whether or not they're going to go slow, medium, or fast, right? So let's first talk about AI. So we went to the journey started with ChatGPT in 2020, and I've shared our journey with AI and the AI advisory group, Buildings AI last fall in Silicon Valley, right? We're seeing who was going to lean in. And then it kind of culminated a couple of months ago when we went to the AI Expo in DC. And then the huge discussions here to the point where people are saying, oh, please, not another discussion on AI. But to your point, Gary, then 30 seconds later, they're talking about it. Okay, so
true.
So we've now had 2 days or so of AI. And are people exhausted? Are they embracing it? What's your take? We'll start with Gary.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both, right? So we've got a little bit of AI fatigue. Everybody's hearing the words, and every session seems to go into AI, but everyone's excited about it at the same time. So the conversations start with a topic and then immediately shift into AI. So I think the buzz is here. The title of the conference being Beyond the Hype is really showing. We've got the showcase happening right now where people are showing real life examples.
Yeah, I was going to ask. I didn't get to it this morning. How is it? I mean, people asking questions and
it's engaged.
Eyes opening.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of people doing great stuff. I walked around this morning and read everyone's signs. I mean, there's real life examples of what people are doing out there.
You know, I'm actually kind of proud of our industry. You know, I mean, we've always had the reputation of being laggards and we kind of wait. But as I was hearing about the case studies and kind of on all of our calls, we're up to 2, we're up to 3, we're up to 8. I think we had like 16 or 18.
Wow.
Real case studies.
Yeah.
Real case studies.
I think that's what people were looking for. They were looking to come here and see practical things being done in different realms, but obviously in AI. And you're hearing that people are kind of digging into the details of the solutions that everyone's talking about. They're not staying up at 50,000. They really want to get under the hood.
Do you think those who were, if I was a less than an aggressive believer before I came here, did I leave saying, yeah, I still have time? Or did I leave saying, I better really start paying attention to this?
I think they're paying attention. Those use cases, I was thinking about that, I'm looking at. So previously it's just been smart buildings, right?
Right, yeah.
Now you get smart buildings and AI, and they're real, right? I mean, they're tangible. So that is really making a difference. I think that's.
Well, we actually went from that whole showcase started with smart buildings, and then about 5 years ago, we added business process automation.
Right.
Because people were really getting pretty creative with that. And then this year we made the decision to merge BPA with AI and just make it AI, because if you're doing BPA, you're probably doing
automation. It's just using different technology. And it's real.
Right. What was your number one takeaway out of the showcase? Was there one?
That people are doing this. There's actual real life solutions out there. Again, like Joseph said, it's not at the 50,000 foot level anymore. We're actually implementing these in our production environments. I've walked around the signs, and at the bottom it tells you the current state that each one of those projects is in, and there's quite a few of them that are in production. People are doing this.
Yeah. Go ahead.
And to your point, I mean, I think saying the industry is really starting to change. Somehow you should take that and market that, right? Get that through. These are real things that are happening, because I don't think people realize that.
Well, we've been, that's why we chose the theme Beyond the Hype, right? Because I made a promise in January that we're going to have to work overtime digging through all the junk, and all the hyperbole and all the, fake news, if you will, and find legitimate, because I didn't want people to walk away saying, it is just hype.
No, I think they got that, and it's evident down there right now. Even bright and early this morning, walking in, that was the first start, and people were already culminating in that area. Which
and I'm disappointed some people had to leave, and I get it. It's a 4-day conference now, but I'm starting to formulate an opinion on these. It's like, if you make a commitment to go to a conference, like when we went to AI Expo, we got on planning calls. There were 5 of us. We looked at the exhibit hall, and we went in there with an attack. Now, was there still chaos? Yeah. I mean, I didn't go to everything on my list.
You have to let a little in, but be strategic.
Yeah, but at least we knew we did want to divide and conquer a little bit, right? And it's like, I know people got to get back to their jobs, right? But if you devote, 4 or 5 days a year, most of the answers you need for the next 12 months are in that showcase, on that exhibit floor, in those session rooms.
Yeah, yeah.
You don't need to look too much further.
Maybe it moves to an earlier day. I mean, because you probably, with everything, the last day is just hard for
It's
some
hard.
people.
Oh yeah, I get it.
But yeah, I mean, it really makes an
And
impact.
not only the fact that the showcases are showing some of these examples, but you're making a connection there with someone, and your network is growing by going down there, and you can take that information and how many follow-ups are you going to have?
You find people who are interested in the same thing,
and they want to talk about it.
Yeah.
So I was telling people, don't worry if we miss the conversation here, let's take it back.
Yeah, here's my
and we'll
comment.
talk about it.
Yeah, well, hopefully we get the AI advisory group, we'll crank that back up. We'll grow, right? I think we're at about 40, 50 companies. We get on the phone calls once a month. We just chat, share. Boy, the stuff I've gotten thrown in my inbox. Did you see this article? Did you look at what they said? Some great cybersecurity AI things that have come my way because we're sharing at a pretty quick pace.
Yeah, I led a session yesterday and I had two people come out after the session, catch me in the hallway, and just say, "How did you get started with AI? Where do I even begin with this?" So just walking the showcase floor this morning is going to give everyone ideas on how to get started.
Well, that's why I made the statement on the general session stage was, the governance thing, you're done. The organizational stuff, you're done. Because the whole company is bought into it. That's one of the biggest hurdles. I mean, you're probably 2-3 years ahead of most just because from your CEO down to the receptionist, your company's bought in.
100%.
And that means you've got no barriers, no resistance. That's a huge message. And I'm sure you're going to get some emails.
Well, we were in a session where we actually asked the audience, you guys want to open this up to Q&A, more in a structured roundtable format or just an open Q&A conversation. Everyone opted for an open conversation. And Stuart, how long was that? Maybe like 40 minutes of Q&A conversation, just going back on experiences?
Yeah. I mean, that's great that you brought up. I was going to say the exact same thing. So we were in the session yesterday, and and it was an hour, and we ended up just flexing it a little bit and say, let's do Q&A. And I had 2 people this morning come up and say that was the best one because it was interactive. People were trying to figure it out. Real things that are being done, and so yeah.
Well, I mean, you heard me say on the general session stage, 15 is the new 45, right?
Yeah.
You get the idea out, and then you let everybody interact. I think I'm seeing it. I'm feeling it. We're doing it. We're going to get away from the panels of 4 people talking at
more interaction.
Well, yes. It used to be an hour 15, then it was an hour. And I told Howard this year, maybe 45, 30. You got to give people time to talk, but get the ideas out. And then there's so much confusion out there. Let everybody in. So I'm glad you guys did that.
No, it was
take control of the room and do it. Yeah.
Even the conversations that we have offline where we're just riffing about, different aspects of AI and technology in general, I feel are so valuable. And these are helping us explore as we talk through these things.
Yeah. I think one of my takeaways too is, especially because of AI, which kind of opens up all of the issues with data, right? I mean, we've been talking about data with different names, insight, business intelligence. I mean, we've renamed it every 3 years to keep the energy going. But AI is forcing people to look at the data, right? And now that you have to look at the data, you realize that the data is what controls the organization.
Absolutely. It's put a big magnifying glass, big light on a problem that we've been facing forever, right? And continue to face. I don't think people still realize that. I think, some people are still not getting it, but we all realize, I mean, the data's the foundation.
It will very soon. You're right.
Yeah.
It shines a light. AI really shines a light on data quality.
Well, Gary said something to me a couple of weeks ago that I'll never forget. I mean, we've all done query group sorts and we've all built tables and right. I mean, we know what that looks like. But he said to me, he goes, I actually talk to my data now. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's unlocked for us is the ability to gain insights to our unstructured data. At Phillips Edison, we've done a fantastic job over the last 10 years in our structured data, but we never had that insight to the unstructured. We're a contract company. A lot of the value in our data resides in the PDF files of the contracts. And now being able to ask questions of that data has empowered our organization. It's just.
Do you ever get to the point where you say, where should we buy our next building?
Yeah, I mean, we're getting there.
There's no limits on questions.
No, there is no limits.
You unlock it.
Well, I mean, if you take the intellectual property of an entire industry and you ask it that question, it's probably pretty easy.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, one of the showcase this morning really highlighted that. It was about concierge, and they used Realcomm data for the
Yeah,
sessions.
we worked with them. Yeah.
And and it was a great point. He said, well, but it changed yesterday because the speaker changed and the room changed. And so the answer was wrong. Well, the answer's not wrong. The answer, the data is changing quickly. You got to be able to understand.
We work with two companies because we wanted to walk the walk, not talk it, right? So we had the AI assistant on our mobile app, and then we had what those guys did with the virtual concierge. I was on a call with one of the companies, and we said, we're not getting the results, and we had to add where's the bathroom and where are the restaurants, but on the phone, he goes, all right, let me change from Grok to OpenAI.
Like that.
Wow.
I have no idea, but I have no idea technically how that worked, but he is so aware of the different engines. Last Rev, have you guys talked to them?
Yep.
Yeah.
And if you happen to find them,
no, that's a good,
oh my God, this guy, and he goes, he says each of the models have little different nuances and capacity, how they attack the information. Change the prompt a little bit, everything opened up, and I'm like.
And this is what we were talking in our session about as well. The technology companies, the hyperscalers, are enabling us to access this in a way that we can move quickly. I think that's an important aspect to this.
And they're each doing it differently. So the LLMs at each one has pluses and minuses.
Yeah, we're leveraging multiple LLMs to quality assurance each other.
Really?
Right? So we've got one LLM to answer the question, and then we use a second to make sure that the responses.
Jamie from Microsoft said she's using AI to help her build better prompts.
She is. Yeah, exactly. We saw that yesterday.
I feel like I have to get on it because I've touched the surface, but some of this stuff is scaring me. How fast it's changing. I know we're out of time, but I have one more quick question. The idea of moving up into the executive suite, right, and not being just a tactical part of the team, but a strategic. I know all of you guys understand that. What do you say to your fellow CIOs or technical executives about really pushing to have a seat at that table and not get handed a list after the annual strategy meeting?
So, I've been around a long time. This is the question that's always been there, right? You need a seat at the table. And it really gets into, IT is a business division. It's part of the business, and having that mindset, you have to. Otherwise, you'll be relegated back to just fixing emails.
Fixing emails,
yeah. So it's just, it's core.
I think just being real and having open conversation, you're seeing at a board level and at an executive level, the understanding of technology has a high importance these days. Technology is pervasive across the business. And so you need leadership in the organization at that level in order to be able to navigate all the different changes in technology.
And Gary, you got your CEO do a video, and he was there supporting you on that general session stage.
Yeah, it really starts from the top at Phillips Edison. Our CEO is fully engaged, uses technology to drive all of our initiatives. So IT has a seat at all of our executive tables. We're at every quarterly board.
Do his peers realize how much he's leaning in? When he goes to his meetings, is he alone, or are other people following his lead?
Well, he's gonna see it when he sees the Digi Award we won last night, right?
Congratulations.
All right, well, we are out of time. Guys, we could talk for hours. Not just to thank you for this morning, but for all of your efforts, going back to fall of last year with Buildings AI and through the beginning of this year all the way to this event. But you're leaders, and I want to thank you for that.
It's been fun. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Thanks, Jim.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it. Realcomm Live out.
Virtuoso.
Virtuoso, how many leads have we received for Unit 100A?
Virtuoso, how much availability do we have in the Seattle market?
Virtuoso, what is the net effective rent of the FedEx deal?
Virtuoso, who are the top 10 expiring tenants in the next 90 days.
Virtuoso, create an emergency work order for the broken elevator.
Virtuoso, give me a list of all approved capital projects in 2021.
Virtuoso, send me a list of all the tenants with past due accounts receivable.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Welcome back to Realcomm Live. I am very excited about this conversation, Dave. So great to see you.
Good to be here.
I'll start by saying I hope you can get me 5 minutes with your mayor, because if you can't, she's going to get a letter that basically says this could quite possibly be the best Realcomm in 26 years.
Oh, that's great to hear. Great to hear. We love hearing that.
Well, and maybe it's because of the evolution of our conference, but I will tell you, I've been to a lot of cities, and we moved this conference around intentionally so real estate people from around the country can see different cities. And we always try to go to an innovative place. We were in Orlando. We took everybody to Lake Nona, a digital district. We've been to Chicago. We've been to San Francisco. I mean, you name it, we've been there. And when I first came here and actually met you, we kind of fell in love with it. But the more I walk it, the more I drive it, the more I just meander around. I was sitting at the waterfront the other day, and I said, somebody, and I hopefully after this conversation, I'm gonna know who that is, and I know you guys are part of it, did a really good job designing this city.
Well, we're all part of the growth,
right?
And the success.
But 5 hotels pointing at a convention center on the water, in a convention center with windows, doors that move, and hospitality like we've never seen. A plus.
That's good
Great
to hear.
job.
That's good to hear. Well, listen, Tampa's definitely in a growth mode. It's one of the few growth markets right now in the U.S. There is so much going on, not just with us on Water Street, but if you look throughout the Tampa Bay region, St. Pete, and Clearwater, all the growth that's happening in Tampa Bay, everybody's very proud of it.
But I've seen bad growth.
Yes, and this is smart growth.
I mean, I have seen cities that I loved ruined by the industry I love.
Yes, I agree.
Okay?
I agree.
And so
I agree.
Now that we've seen things that work and don't, the walkway all the way up to Armature Works. I mean, we took people on the craft boat, an innovative idea, right? Not just a normal boat.
Yeah.
And everybody was just so chill. It felt like I was in a river in Europe. And all of a sudden we see 4 million people running, must have been a running club or something. They're outdoors, they're having fun, they're healthy. I mean, I was in a session room the other day, and last year I was in a hotel I won't name, and second day you're tired and you're in a box. I was sitting there, I go, I'm not tired at all. I was looking out at the water, there was energy in the room. I think this convention center actually uplifted everybody to have a better event.
It's invigorating. I'll tell you, it's a lot to do with timing, vision, capital. I mean, the confluence of those 3 things coming together has had a huge impact on what we're seeing in the way of Tampa's growth. I like to say we're in about the 3rd inning of our growth, Jim. Wow. I mean, we got a long way to go.
So before we get into some specific questions, tell me a little bit about the company and the partnerships and who's involved in the vision.
Sure. So Strategic Property Partners, we're the development platform for Water Street Tampa. So we were formed in 2014. And from that point, we started the master planning. In 16, a lot of the road work started. So doing a lot of the master planning between 14 and 16. Then the road work started. We can talk a little bit about district cooling, but
Yeah, you did
2
actually,
miles.
that's right. Yep.
Yep, 2 miles of pipes going under the streets. That was very important for district cooling. Then we went vertical in 18, and then we completed phase 1 in 22. So there's a lot that we've jammed into a short period of time, but that's the amount of time it takes. I mean,
the vibrancy. I mean, we're going to talk about the tech and the innovation in a minute, but the design, the vibrancy, the location. We stayed at the Edition Hotel.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's top 3 hotel. I travel internationally, and one of my top 3.
Yeah,
really, really great job, great vibe. Again, the design, the thoughtfulness, engaging lobby, lots of energy. Go up to the rooftop. We were watching salsa dancing one night. It was just crazy.
Well, and it doesn't happen overnight, and all this is intentional. What I mean by is that a lot of the vision and the hard work went in up front, and we were on the road. I mean, we got on the road to see other markets from coast to coast. I mean, you go to Austin, to Nashville, go to Atlanta, go to New York, Boston. I mean, we were everywhere, just looking at ideas relative to other big urban.
You must have been listening to my conversation walking here this morning from Starbucks. I said, whenever a developer tells me they're innovative and they're building a massive project, I have one question. And you said travel here, but I say, if you're building these mega projects, I said, Dubai, Singapore, Shanghai. I said, they're not willing to get on airplanes.
Yeah.
And you don't need to necessarily go international. I mean, there's a whole other layer out there, but the fact that you got on airplanes and studied it, I mean, some people do more homework going on vacations than they do on their real estate projects.
Well, and keep in mind, we're going to these markets to see what has worked and what has not. So lessons learned, to take those. And when you understand and study what other markets have done right, it's kind of easy. But when you study them to understand what they've done wrong and pivot and make certain you're avoiding those pitfalls.
Why don't more developers do that homework?
I think when you look at other mixed-use developments, there's multiple ownerships. So all of them have their own agendas. So it's a little bit easier with a really, single ownership for us, with Jeff and Cascade and now Cascade. So it's really facilitated a much better and seamless path to getting entitlement, design, entitlement, construction.
The advice I would give to anybody that is doing major projects like you've done here is study you, right? And not study the organization, study the methodology, study the interpersonal relationships, because I'm telling you firsthand, I've experienced it, and it makes a difference.
So trust me, we get calls almost weekly for folks who want to come in and really understand what we've done.
Right. So let's get into the technology innovation side. When I first met you and you were gracious enough to walk me around and show me some of your facilities, you took me to the Leasing Innovation Center.
Yep.
And you showed me a model of the city, cardboard wood. And I've seen those a lot. But what was different is you took a real engine projector and put colors on it that was driven by data. So you could show me all office blue, all retail green, occupancy red, yellow. I have not seen that any other place other than Singapore, Dubai, and Shanghai.
Yes.
And I criticize U.S. developers a lot for not keeping up with what's going on internationally. And they say, no, the best buildings are here in the United States. I say, you need to go to other places in the world. See, when I saw that, I go, these guys are paying attention. Where did that come from?
So we needed something that would tell the story, because for us to go out and just, have collateral, hard collateral, like marketing brochures and so forth, it doesn't really effectively tell the story. So by having a very dynamic digital marketing center that would allow folks to come in, listen, we're using it as, it's really become, it's a community center in addition to telling the story about our development in Tampa Bay. It gets used that way. I mean, sure. I mean, the mayor comes in and the chamber, we use it with the chamber, the Tampa Bay EDC. I mean, we use it as a community center. But we knew early on that we need something different to effectively tell the story. So a lot of thought went into the design and implementation. It was delivered, believe it or not, timing's everything, So we delivered it February of 20, and then March of 20 shows up.
Wow.
So we were very careful with our COVID protocols, slowly bringing people back in. And the thing is that it really helps to illustrate almost in a 3D nature what the development will look like, even though it's not there.
I mean, because I'm real estate tech and I've seen stuff like this, it's like, it's telling a story.
It is.
But I have been to some of the biggest projects in this country, massive, and I get a brochure.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so what in your DNA, in the executive leadership's DNA said, we're going to write the check to do this?
Well, again, we needed something that was going to be different to tell the story. I mean, because
but you made a decision to tell the story differently.
We did, and this is the most unique marketing center, one of the most unique in the world, as you pointed out, certainly in the U.S.
Absolutely.
And I'll tell you, the return on investment, the ROI on this, it's incalculable.
Well, when you're bringing forget the technical communications.
Yeah.
When you're bringing a prospective tenant in, and this is the way you're showing them the project, and the last place they looked at the 200,000 square feet, handed them a brochure, is there a marketing benefit?
No. And the other benefit is, it's hot summer, so when we could open it up, and we're going full bore on our marketing, and we're going vertical. We're under construction. It's hot summer, and a lot of folks would prefer to be in the comfort of an air-conditioned marketing center that is truly unique versus going and walking the site in 95-degree weather. So.
I'm telling you, because I was there. That center is on par with Palm Island in the world in Dubai, because I've been in their marketing centers, and they're elegant and they were engaging and immersive. And we came back and we showed pictures, and nobody did it. And I wasn't kidding you when I said to you, I said, thank you, because I've been looking for this in the United States for 20 years.
But it tells the story in a different way too.
It
because
does.
It's enhanced with,
It's
we've got
Disney-esque.
videos. It is
Disney-esque.
Disney-esque.
It's
It is
Disney-esque.
Disney-esque. And it has been amazing. Now we're, as we start to pivot to phase 2, we're going to retool it, change it up a little bit. It's going to be the same, but we just need to enhance it as we change out some of those
I wish you
models.
would hold classes on how to develop projects, and I'm telling you, I've seen it all globally, and you guys are checking a lot of the boxes.
Thank you. We're very
So
very proud of it.
another investment. We gave a little shout out to Halo Networks in our general session yesterday.
Yeah.
Tony, know him well. Basically, you blanketed the whole district with very, very. I mean, I've seen his little colo center or whatever, and. Why don't other people do this? I mean, you said people have cell phones, they need 5 bars.
Yeah.
And you made collectively an investment to bring good wireless broadband to this district. Where did that decision?
So we don't call it a smart city, we call it a connected city. And it's a connected environment because, the ability to have a universal access network that provides, ubiquitous 5G throughout the district is so vitally important. We want people to live, if they live or work or they're dining and entertaining here, really a frictionless, experience. And that's exactly what it does. So through our smart
I heard
poles,
the hotel has gotten increased occupancy because people actually recognize the enhanced experience.
I think that's a true statement. I mean,
I've heard a lot of good things.
Yeah, it's the experience.
Yeah,
it's certainly the experience when people get here. But you need the technology to deploy into a large, it's 5.2 million square feet is phase 1, and to keep that all connected, you need technology.
You've poured the highway. I mean, now you can drive your car.
And it's a capital lift. I'm telling you, it's not cheap.
No,
but it's worth it now. And we're seeing. I mean, it's really exceeded our expectations as far as the technologies we've deployed. We're Wired Score. The building 1001 is Wired Score Platinum. It's one of the first Wired Score Platinum buildings in the U.S. So
something is subtle, and you're going to think this is crazy. But I look for this stuff. When I walked in and I saw those posters on wheels in the lobby, I said, most developers will nail things to the wall. And then, maybe the traffic isn't going down that hall.
Yeah.
Well, the traffic's not in that hall, you move, and they've been moving around. I'm going, we had those at our show 6 years ago, right? And we bring them here, show them, take these back to your project.
Yeah.
Again, you guys are the ones.
Do something different.
Do
something different.
Do something different. You mentioned the district cooling. Can you just, for those people who aren't familiar with it, a little bit of detail?
Sure. District cooling. So we laid 2 miles of piping starting in 2016. We were doing a lot of the road before the roads were laid, and we were creating the road network. So we laid 2 miles of pipe under all the streets. And what that does, we're pumping chilled water from district cooling to our multifamily, through our towers, so the 3 of them, and to the office building. So what that does, from a scalability standpoint, it eventually will provide those efficiencies that we need, but it also removes the chillers from the rooftop.
Get you more real estate.
Which gets more real estate for, rooftop terraces and conference space and amenity space.
The word that just keeps coming to my mind is thoughtful.
Yeah.
I mean, really just not taking anything for granted.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
So we're going to run out of time. We got a whole bunch of other things. Can I invite you back to a Realcomm Live that we do on Fridays? You just can sit at your desk, and I want to go through the rest of these items. But I just can't say thank you. And seriously, the mayor's going to get an email. I may even try to pop over to her office and just say thank you. Because,
I think Jane would enjoy that.
Because I am telling you, we do a lot of these in this city, these buildings, your project, top of the list.
Good.
Top of the list.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great seeing you.
Great to see you. Thank you again.
Come back to Tampa anytime.
We probably will. Realcomm Live out.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm, aiming to optimize and adapt to ensure readiness for constant business transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's digital twins platform, envision workplaces that not only thrive on innovation, but also prioritize enhanced health and safety, space management, robust physical security assurance, and eco-friendly initiatives, making Verbrix an all-encompassing solution for modern workplaces. Are you poised for the next era of workplace innovation? Discover the future with Verbrix.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology. It's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration. It's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
Welcome back to Realcomm Live. I'm doing 3 in a row, but I'll tell you, each one are topics that I could talk about for hours. I just got finished with the developer of Tampa Water Street, and I said I've been to a lot of cities with this conference, and we intentionally try to find cities that are innovative. This could very well be the best city in the United States from a design standpoint. And what I mean by that is, think about the macro design of what they did here. 5 hotels facing a convention center with state-of-the-art technology, windows in their rooms, walls that move, a walkway that allows people to exercise in the morning before they go to their meetings, technology district, 5G envelope over the entire district. These guys are on it. Cool. And these are the kind of people you all want to find because they're innovative. They don't just talk innovation, they do innovation. And I think given where you are in your journey, and we'll talk about that in a second, you can be selective with the people you deal with. And if you talk to people who want to kick your tires and take 2-3 years of your lives, go find the people that are ready to move tomorrow. And a lot of them are in this room, right? So, big topic. It's not low voltage anymore. You've retrained me. It's DC power, which incorporates high voltage and low voltage. And what that means is, as I mentioned, the general session that goes back to the 1893, I think was the date. Tesla and Edison battling it out at the Chicago World's Fair to light the fair, which would determine a standard that would light the whole globe, the entire world, for the last 150 years or so, right? So that was a big battle. I don't think they realized how big of a battle it was.
No.
But AC won, alternating current won, for a number of reasons, which I'm sure we're going to talk about. And I call it the sledgehammer. You know, early on it was electricity, but as I've learned more about you folks, AC feels like the sledgehammer, and DC, especially when you get down to the low voltage side, feels like a laser beam, right? And especially what you're doing with high voltage, right? So just to let the audience give them some context, why don't you each take a minute, introduce yourself, and then once we get back to that, I got 4 hours of questions, and we'll get through 10 minutes of them. Sebastian.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'm Sebastian Gwen Davis. I'm the CEO of Loom.io. We've got a lighting controls background, and we've been partnered with other DC lighting companies for almost 14 years now. So we've got a lot of experience, but different technologies, right? Even the DC space has changed a lot over the last number of years. So what we've built with XPOE, we think is sort of the culmination of all these technologies coming together. We watched what PoE lighting was doing for a lot of years, and ultimately we do think that using Ethernet cables to power lights is the right way to do it. You got power and data; it's an international standard already.
Yep.
The problem that it's had historically is it's just been way too expensive. So we went deep to try to figure out, first principles, lighting as a first-class citizen, still completely reverse compatible with Wi-Fi routers and security cameras, right? All the off-the-shelf stuff. But we wanted to figure out how to reduce that cost so that you could just lower the barrier to entry, right?
So I pitched all of you guys yesterday as the first chapter of the next book. The first book was building automation, one building, one system, one company, nobody talked anything.
Yeah.
Second book was connected, integrated, interoperable, IP-based, right? More IT presence, last 20 years. And then what we demonstrated yesterday in the general session was, I believe, the first chapter of the next book of smart buildings.
Yeah, I mean, all of the technology that we're going to talk about here just inherently has the data collection, the energy metering, and the control that we need. I think for the last decade, we've been slapping that stuff on top of buildings or trying to make it work with legacy tech. And the idea of building buildings that aren't inherently ready for the next wave is, we'll come back to security later, but because I think that's an interesting topic here, even if we touch on it quickly. But yeah, it's got to be done at this point, right?
And just a final note, when Farouk invited me to your showroom in Orange County and you lit the lights, I got it immediately. Yeah. And you guys all graciously agreed to work together to do that demo in the general session yesterday, which brought together 5-6 technologies. I don't think that's ever before been seen.
It's pretty cool. And I don't want to use all the time, but one thing I do want to make really clear is like, although this is the first time these companies have worked together, like we didn't have to invent anything to pull this together, right? These are
You just had
off-the-shelf
to
things,
plug it all in.
It
Yep, you
It
just
was
had to
more of
plug
a
it in.
logistics challenge and making sure we could get it in, 3 weeks to get it from California to Chicago and back over here.
Yeah, and you guys committed and you made it happen. Mahmoud, I mean, you're the high voltage part of this conversation.
The safe high voltage.
Safe. Yeah,
Yes.
you can bite the wire, right?
Yes. Actually, kudos to you for bringing us all together and actually making this happen. So, because you actually
Well,
brought us all together.
but it couldn't have happened without a crazy good collaboration. Yeah.
So I'll just introduce myself. I'm Mahmoud Ibrahim. I'm a senior business development manager at Panduit. And Panduit has been around for 70 years now. We manufacture products for networking and for electrical. And the recent innovation that we brought to market is fault managed power, or the class 4 power system. And that basically talks about the safe distribution of high voltage. And that's kind of, for us, it's been the missing piece.
Right.
What's really new is similar technology has been around, but now it's in the standards, it's in the electrical code, which we hope is going to help the adoption of this technology.
And let's go back to the Chicago World's Fair. One of the reasons that, or maybe the main reason, that AC made it and DC direct current did not, was because of the danger of direct current.
Okay.
Correct?
There were two main reasons. The big one was actually distance.
Right.
So they couldn't, as Tim said, we didn't know back then how to take DC, make it high voltage so that we could take it a long distance and then step it back down efficiently, and how to turn it on and off once it was up at those high voltages.
Got it.
And so, there's the perception is always that voltage drop is the biggest issue with DC, and it is a challenge, but AC has voltage drop problems too. It's just not as bad.
But you've managed to take high voltage, send it down a very thin wire safely.
Yep.
Correct. So just in a nutshell, the way it works, we can take AC or we can take high voltage DC, but then we manage it. We pulse it and manage how that electricity is transformed over the cable. So you can use 16, 18 gauge, very thin cable, and we're able to detect up to 2 kilometers away, which can cover any building out there and most campuses as well. Detect if someone touches the cable or if there's a short circuit or any kind of fault.
Yeah.
And if it happens within milliseconds, we're able to turn power off.
Brilliant.
So really,
Absolutely
the management
brilliant.
part that was missing is now we're capable of doing that.
Right. I'm a non-electrician and I get it, right? And if I can get it, any building owner, developer in the world should be able to get it. Now, you are the developer, Farouk. You're a geek. Let's make sure you are a geek. You're an engineer, so kudos to that. But you're also a developer, right?
Yes, I am. I realized in 2016, after completing a hotel project, that the building infrastructure, mainly electricity, is the same for over 100 years. While the load has changed, while the endpoints, the connected load has changed tremendously, starting with LED lighting. LED lighting, 100% are low voltage DC devices. So nobody thought to go back. While new devices come in, they figure out how to connect to the existing AC power. But nobody has taken a challenge to, why don't we change the power coming into a building? And that's what led me on a quest to see, is somebody working with low voltage
I've been
DC
asking that question for 20 years after I first saw that gentleman in Tokyo take that RJ45 and plug it into the lamp. And I said, why is everybody focusing on generating renewable energy just to shove it into an inefficient architecture? Why don't we rethink the whole thing? And it just, I mean, big venture capital money, Washington, all the energy department, nobody's having this conversation. And now we did have the administrator from GSA here, and I'm going to push for a meeting with GSA, with the club or with the cult.
Well, some of her guys reached out, came over to the booth.
Awesome.
We had some really good conversations.
Okay,
too,
so that's already started.
Well, no, you can.
But I
the
think,
momentum.
But I think a day summit or something like that, where we just get in there and talk about the possibilities, the risks, and.
But I just want to be clear, like what your presentation yesterday, that got their attention.
That was the goal. Yeah. That was the goal.
There is an education element to all of this, and we need to keep talking about it more and more so people can actually get the big picture.
Absolutely. Yep. All the way from the UK, Tim Hobbs. What are you doing here?
For 35 years, Jim. Thank you very much. I've been the CEO of a company that distributes power within the room in offices. So in commercial offices, we're now moving into a lot of other verticals, but we're still in offices. and getting AC power to all the devices and the people within the room. In the last 6 years, we've developed a DC solution. It's to marry up with the new agile hybrid working, getting people back into the offices, not working at workstations, needing soft areas to work at, cafeterias, things like that. And with that DC solution, which is a battery solution, people can take the power to where they want. But where we're doing everything in the room to get power to people who need to use it whilst they're in the workplace, that marries up really well with the fact that these guys are doing all of the DC work around the room.
Well, I want to challenge you though.
A whole room, whole
are you staying at the Marriott?
I'm not staying at the Marriott.
Go walk over the Marriott before you leave. They've got digital signs that aren't glued to the wall, finally. That's cool. They're on wheels, so when the traffic isn't on the left side of the building, they can move these things, but they still need a plug. Go, and I know the manufacturer of those devices, they need a battery pack so they can be moved anywhere around, and I don't have to pay $110 to drop it.
He's going to take us to Marriott himself. He's actually going to show one of our digital signs. We've got a digital sign here in the show, which is actually cable-free, 43-inch monitor, powered from one battery for the whole day. So that means that you can go into the retail sector, you can go into, I mean, we could talk to Walmart, they're here today.
This is
completely cable-free.
What happened to the automobile industry?
That's what I was going to say. It's like, I think the electric vehicle is the best analogy here because, you know, electric vehicles aren't new and DC power is not new. But to build a really good electric car, they had to start from the bottom up, right? And for a lot of years, Ford would take a Focus and rip the motor out and stick an electric motor in there. And that was just never going to be something that was the experience you get from a Tesla or all of the other amazing cars. And everyone I know who has an electric car, they just love it. They love everything about it, right? And not just the green stuff and not just the self-driving. It's like the whole experience. It's just better. And that's my favorite part about the moment that we're at right now, is it's not a science project.
Well, it was my daughter's science project in 8th grade, which I showed on the screen. I mean, somebody goes, "Your daughter really liked solar to LED?" And I go, I probably had a little influence on that topic. But here's the ironic part. And it was so common sense good, but it went over the heads of the science studies. I mean, because and these were the science, the kids teaching our kids, they just couldn't understand it. And I said, I knew we had a lot of work to do in the education side because it's almost so simple that it's hard to understand. Right.
And it is simple. I mean, in the slide you've got behind us, Jim, all of us are just showing how we can move power, DC power, which is then you can get data from that DC power. You can work out how much people are using it, where they're using it, what they're using it for. So there's so much data in DC power that isn't available in AC. But that slide shows how we can move 2 kilometers, 100 meters, 25 meters, and the last 5 meters to the user.
Right. And just so to be very clear on what could be perceived as a complex topic, you're the long distance run.
Correct.
You're the ceiling and walls. You're the mobility. In the room. You're the developer who pulls it all together to make it work.
Correct. And I mean, a theme for this conference yesterday, all the keynotes talked about monitoring and control and data.
Right.
And that's inherent to all of our systems.
And I'll just throw within a very high awareness of privacy.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to go down some roads that are going to give us capabilities that we need to be very thoughtful on how we manage, because there's other places in the world that don't care about privacy, and we don't want to become those places. So
good stuff.
One final thought, because Mary's looking at me, we're out of time. 5 seconds.
Final thought is on the security piece. I think it's easy to say, hey, we're going to put smart stuff. It's going to be more security risk. I just want to be really clear that it's not actually safer to leave the old stuff around. You know, running MSTP cables and all the ancient technology is actually easier to hack. And as Jim Baldwin said yesterday, you can't continue to upgrade that as new attack vectors are identified. So we will solve the security stuff. The whole world is trying to do it. Banks have done it, and it's going to be solved.
Mahmoud.
Thank you for bringing us together.
My pleasure.
I hope this is the beginning of people to really see that this is true. It's happening.
It took 20 years to get you together, but we're here.
Yeah, but and to do the lighting display that we did yesterday, it was just logistics, but the technology is here today and it works and you can buy it. So I hope people.
I'm actually going to see if I can get the Tampa newspaper down here and take a picture of that. I'm going to talk to somebody, see if I can make
Better hurry, because we're going to be taking it down soon.
Yeah, as soon as we're done.
So I have seen more advancement in the past 12 months in this technology than I did in the past 6 years.
Yeah.
So it's really turning a curve now in becoming mainstream.
Yep.
We are doing projects that are very significantly large, so it scales. Like earlier, Sebastian said, this is not a science experiment anymore. This is as real as it gets. We can easily do a 500,000 room hotel with all kinds of controls using this technology. So it scales very well.
Tim, final thought.
I think we're in a time where we can have our cake and eat it. I think we can now, with the solutions we've got, we can make buildings cheaper to build. They can actually be cheaper to run. They're more efficient. DC can be more sustainable because of the efficiency. It's safer, and people can be more agile in the office. The lights will turn on when they walk into the room. We can actually power them while they're walking around the room. So the people working in the workplace get what they want. The tenants of the building get what they want. Everybody can have a cheaper, more efficient, and sustainable future.
Yeah, and this is a new book. This is not another chapter. This is a new book. And I want everybody to take a look at these faces because they're going to be famous. And you can say, I saw them first at Realcomm.
Thanks, Jim.
Realcomm out. Thank you.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atrius is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're breathing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atrius.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm, aiming to optimize and adapt to ensure for constant business transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's digital twins platform, envision workplaces that not only thrive on innovation, but also prioritize enhanced health and safety, space management, robust physical security assurance, and eco-friendly initiatives, making Verbrix an all-encompassing solution for modern workplaces. Are you poised for the next?
Welcome to Realcomm Live. I have here with me a distinguished panel from RE Transform. I have Lynn Peters and Kaushlesh Chandel from Realcomm. So what's happening at Realcomm? So what at RE Transform for and how can we actually things that you're doing at within RE Transform that will be helpful to the overall public here.
Yeah, I think I'll start just a little bit, and our topic we're focusing on is AI and lease management. So driving what those efficiency gains can be for folks that are looking to deploy AI in the use of capturing critical information from a wide variety of leases and just pure volume. So having a solution like AI to aid people in that journey and process is proving to be very valuable.
Awesome. So what is the training data that would be needed to actually complete this, Casey?
That's a great question, Sundar. So I think we have heard AI a lot of time, but the foundation is good data. And the best part with the newer generative AI technology, all you need is a document. It could be a PDF file. It could be a Word file. You just give it to the model and get your, whether it's chatbot or any information management application. So it's just the documents. You don't have to structure it, or you don't have to put in a database anymore. That's the best part.
Okay.
Yeah, the unstructured data, I think, is
Okay.
really becoming key.
Awesome. So how accurate are those chatbots that you guys have built up using generative AI?
Very, very accurate. And we were just talking about the ability to actually train the AI to not lie to you, essentially, to ensure the accuracy of the information you're getting. So,
Yeah. So is it a percentage that you have on that particular accuracy sort of things? Is it 90, 95?
That's a good question, Sundar. So you can get to 100%. Now, when you say accurate, you can design your chatbot not to lie to you. When it doesn't know, it will tell you that I don't have an answer to it. So that's a good approach. Don't design your bots to give you something. So you can find the balance between, okay, if you're not sure, don't give me an answer. But that's what Len was saying. You can get very accurate, close to 100%. Now, I would warn with the fact that you have to understand it is generating some information. So if you ask a question about lease document, it's kind of looking at the document and giving you an answer. If you really want to cite that exact excerpt, I would say go to the document. That's another approach, that you can have a chatbot. It gives you the information, and it also gives you the link. Where did it get this from? Right. You click it, it's a document, it could be a web page, whatever. So you can also verify the actual information.
and a great use case, I think, example is, let's assume you've got a portfolio that your anchor has gone dark, and you need to understand what are the co-tenancy clauses. Now, what used to be a person having to sit through and sift through however many leases, find where it is in the lease, read the language, what happens A, B, C, D, all of that now in that safe, secure environment with the assistance of AI can get those questions answered quickly. And to Casey's point, having the document there, it's not just pulling from an abstract specifically, but can take it one step further and actually give you that specific lease language excerpt. So,
right. So who are some of the customers that are actually using this particular technology, that the bot that you're talking about?
So few use cases is, we are seeing that customers are using it for external users. For example, you have a website with residential property. So you can build these bots which will answer the questions, like someone comes to the website, or do you have a 2-bedroom empty? So it gives you the answer. What are the amenities you can get? We saw a very nice example with the RDS yesterday as well. That's one thing for external. For internal consumption, it could be your leasing team. It could be your asset management team who just want to look at the information rather quickly, not really going to all the documents, but just ask a question and get the answer. So I would say largely it is just about information management. So you have all these documents, but you can get the answer rather quickly. You don't have to open a PDF. Now you can ask a question to the document.
Great. So how is RE Transform applying some of these newer AI technologies? Like, do you use AI for internal consumption, or are you using it for external customers, or are you? And what are the other a second question that I would ask is, what are some of the use cases that you're seeing that would be applicable with the newer technologies?
Sure. So I'll talk about the internal one. And so when the generative AI technology came in, and the use cases that we see internally is people writing better documents, better proposals, because using the AI technology, you can word everything better. Then programming, our programmers are using it. They are better programmers, they are faster programmers. And we are observing that their ability to build applications and solve issues is much faster with these technologies. So that's some of the ways we are using internally, accessing document, HR policies. So those are the areas internally we are benefiting as well.
And externally, for some of our clients, what we're seeing is very similar on the lease management piece, developing that AI in a secure environment so that, for example, not using Chat GPT in a public way where your data's out, essentially out in the universe, but rather creating that safe, secure data environment unique to each client's information so that they get the benefit of those efficiency gains and the accuracy of their lease data when they're trying to find answers or make decisions.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd just add to that, like security has been very important. But with the tools, if you take the documents, convert into vector database format, you will not be sending your data outside. That's one point I really want to make. It will be privately owned. You have access to it, and you can run your chatbot or workflow applications on that data without the fear of sending it outside, whether it's OpenAI or even running OpenAI on Microsoft Azure.
Okay, I made a closing statement yesterday, wherein I said AI is here to stay, and I know people are already applying some of these AI technologies in their environment. So, what is the advice that you would give to some of those customers who have not actually gone on that particular journey, but want to dip their toes into it? What would be the advice that you would give them from your perspective?
I think the first and most important is obviously if you find a vendor, a partner that you trust and that is very well-versed and skilled in that process. I think second is make sure you're talking to the business users and understanding what all of their requirements are and what they want to get out of it. And third, you've got to have the buy-in and adoption, right, throughout the organization. I think that's true of most any applications you're going to deploy. So having that buy-in from the top down, I think, is equally as important for the success of the deployment. So
yeah, and Sundar, like you said it 50 times. Yeah, I've been listening to you. Do proof of concepts, do POCs, do small experiments, which business users also learn to understand how does it work, where does it falter, what are the good points, what are the bad points. So that would be a great way. Do small proof of concepts, get business users involved. I would say it's not even time to dip your toes. It's time to just strip and jump. And yeah, you need to have your life jackets nearby.
Right.
But it's not the time to wait. You have to start working on it. And we have to know these generative AI tools, they're only going to get better with time.
Yeah.
So if you have your ecosystem ready now and you learn through your mistakes, you know whenever it's OpenAI or Google, when they get better, everything that you have built also gets better with time.
Agreed. So I think that's the time that we have. So thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Casey.
thanks, Sundar.
Thank you so much, Sundar.
And thanks to everyone at Realcomm.
Thank you.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Welcome, everybody. Thanks for attending, and thanks for having us at the Realcomm Live event here. My name is Chris Manna, and joined with me here is Rick Skadronsky from Willow. We both very much do represent the product side of the industry, so thanks for having us here to intermingle with a lot of the topics today. As Rick and I, we've been catching up on the show floor, and we've been socializing with everybody at the event. With AI being such a central topic, we've been hearing that it's a lot of chatter, but a little less tangible examples of this on the show floor. So what we really wanted to do today was actually give some examples from our perspective around where we're seeing innovation in this space and try to relate it back for those who may not have seen AI so tangibly while they're here on the show floor. One example first, I'll cover that and then toss it to Rick to talk about Copilot. I'll hit the concept of dynamic baselining first. So as we've heard, data's foundational, right? We need data, and we've talked a little bit less about how we think about it in the context of a knowledge graph, a facilities graph, or a graph of interconnected assets. And if you look at the Gartner Hype Cycle of 2024, of course, they have their peak and their trough. And when we see the slope of enlightenment, the concept of knowledge graph starts to actually appear right on the uprising of that. And many believe it's in the next 2 to 5 years, we'll see that seeing more mass adoption. And we've been working in that space for the past 2 to 5 years, which is really exciting. And when we start to bring parallels from the industry of Tesla, if you use that as an example and compare that to the built world, they have been working on self-driving cars. And the way they've approached this is taking many expressions to try to correlate every different dynamic on the road and programmatically build that into their system. And we've been doing it the same way for the buildings, right? We've been looking at fault detection. We've been looking at algorithmic approaches to find energy savings. And that's worked well, right? We've seen a lot of success in that space. However, we see the jump that Tesla's made, right? They've gone from amassing immense amounts of data, and now they've flipped the switch in V12, and now they've gone to a totally different approach. And we've seen that in the building space as well. So what we've been working on and what we're super excited about that kind of starts to blur the line into the AI space is once you get enough historical data from buildings and you can assess performance of systems and components over time, especially at different load conditions. And as customers adopt occupancy sensing, we bring in outside air conditions. We understand that at this condition, something like a supply fan, which we're all very familiar with, operated at 50% under this load, but we see it now at 80% based on the same conditions last year or last month. And those deviations are allowing us to find things that we never could before with basic expression-based systems, just like Tesla found that they couldn't find every opportunity to build self-driving with expressions. These are leading to better root cause diagnostics, better understanding of building performance, driving that action we all want to talk about through data. Last quick point on that we're really excited about. It's not just being able to get to that action. It is actually understanding it in the context of all the other things we're surrounded by, all the work orders we have to complete, all the tenant requests we have to field. And to not just give an assessment of an action based on a priority, or it might be a $400 fix. We're seeing that the fact that you can actually look at building performance and see a delta, that is the performance gap we need to close. And there's very tangible ways of understanding impact against all the other things that we're trying to tackle in the built world. So wanted to share that. Anything to add, Rick, on how we kind of see this evolution from expressions to more AI, just like we have seen in our consumer lives?
Well, as Chris was alluding to, AI is a spectrum. There's many different techniques. Obviously, Gen AI and LLMs is newer. The past year and a half or so has been a hot topic, as Chris was talking about with the dynamic baselines. Being able to benchmark equipment. He was talking a lot about anomaly detection. Could you just touch a little bit on why benchmarking energy performance is not important just for detecting anomalies, but for reporting back on how much energy we're saving, how much we're contributing to the bottom line, even looking at day-ahead forecasting? The baseline is important. We use ML and ML Studio for things like that. Can you touch a little bit on why that's important?
Well, yeah, it all goes back on prioritizing that action, right? Because we actually want to see what that future look ahead is going to be, so we can drive that change as proactive as possible. And right now, we do see a lot of, but we've seen lots of solutions come up out in the marketplace. We've been in the industry for a while. They kind of jumped right to AI. They sort of skipped the foundational knowledge graph, building an appreciation for the insight that led to the action. And we were just letting autonomous systems control. Building that appreciation and giving visibility into current baselines, prediction allows you to start to think about, well, how do we start to take action, but then trust more AI topics when we want to just flip the switch, just like Tesla. Flip the switch in V12.
Yeah, and transitioning a little bit there, Chris touched on the knowledge graph. Not only is that important for some of the machine learning techniques that we're using to help customers save energy, do their sustainability accounting. Fast forward to what we've been working on over the last 6 months. We just launched it this week in private preview as our co-pilot. So we've got an amazing roadmap ahead. Check out the booth for some live demos, but essentially starting with the ability to pull in all the information related to that graph. You could talk about something as simple as an O&M manual, really changing the way that the actual end user works, right? So rather than having to click around several different screens to get your answer, hunt around, you may not know whether it exists. You can just type in that obviously very quick natural language prompt, allow the indexing that's happened on the backside, allow the LLM to get your response back. And obviously it's beautifully summarized for you. So starting with a lot of work on the documentation side. And as we move into kind of our next foray, we're going to start to be able to answer questions that the graph has available for you, and that the time series and some of the insights that we're producing have for you. So all of these ways that you can understand natural language to be able to respond back is what the co-pilot shines at. The next step in our journey is change management on the customer side. So getting users familiar with, I can start my day with typing in a prompt, typing in a question, and letting that do the hungry work of going out and doing all the analytics to go find you that answer.
Yeah, it's been fun to talk about this with Rick. We both come from the design engineering background, and we were responsible for putting together specifications that asked for the big O&M binders, or the CD or DVD that was all the handover, your O&M, your product cut sheets, you name it, right? And that information largely gets lost in that handover process, and there is gold in there. It just takes, no one's going to go through 400 pages of an O&M to find, the one piece of information around what a fault code is for a VFD as they stand in front of it to troubleshoot. But if you democratize that and give that to an end user while they're in the field, while they're staring at that VFD, wanting to know what troubleshooting steps do I have to take, just totally flips the switch on how we thought about. These were dusty old binders. This was documentation that we might never have cared about because we moved on to time series data. But going back to the drawing book, effectively, dust that all off and rethink about how we use modern technologies like LLMs on unstructured data to do this was a great theme in the general session. And we see it, we believe it, we're playing with it ourselves, and we love to get feedback from the industry around, are these sticky ideas, how would it change workflows and how people work?
And one of the great things that's we've invested in also is some of the vision AI aspects, where before it would be a very manual effort to go in and pull off all the tags from maybe your design drawings and pull off all the markups on your submittal documentation that are related to assets, and attach those in our knowledge graph to those assets. while using Vision AI, we can go ahead and make those linkages using that metadata. So that way, again, you don't have to thumb through to go find page 58 from maybe the mechanical CD set. You can just go ahead and ask for that information, and it takes you straight to that page without ever knowing that that's where that asset was tagged on the drawings. So
absolutely,
it's, hundreds of hours saved when we're onboarding all this information into our product.
Yeah. With just some parting words, I would just encourage everybody that there are solutions out there that have figured out the data problem, that are not jumping to an AI conclusion. We're being really purposeful about the technology stack and how we're choosing this and finding the right time to start to adopt these. I know we talk about personas and value and all that first and foremost. If AI is the better tool to get the job done, we love to adopt the best solution for the problem at hand. But we're not definitely encouraging everybody to just jump to an AI conclusion. Yes, data's foundational, knowledge graphs are there. Lots of great information coming out around how to decompose and think about this so you're ready to apply it in the right way. And we're excited to see where the future holds.
Yeah, and just the last thought for me is the word hype has a lot of negative connotation, which we kind of allude to in the tagline here. But I just would encourage everyone to have a positive mindset about this. I mean, we went through the computing cycles, we went through mobile, we went through cloud, and obviously those are part of everyday lives for everyone. AI is going to be the same. We're here to push the envelope. We're going to fail fast, and if something doesn't work or data is having an issue, we're going to solve that. And the time's now, and we're seeing that in our everyday consumer lives, and we're excited to bring that here to the built world.
Awesome. Thank you, Rick. Appreciate you having us.
Chris. Yep.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm, aiming to optimize and adapt to ensure readiness for constant business transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's digital twins platform, envision workplaces that not only thrive on innovation, but also prioritize enhanced health and safety, space management, robust physical security assurance, and eco-friendly initiatives, making Verbrix an all-encompassing solution for modern workplaces.
All right, Rob Allen from Stromquist and Company here with Nick Gajewski from Clockworks Analytics. So glad to have you on the show.
It's good to be here, Rob. Good to see you again.
Yeah, it's very cool. We're going to talk about how, in researching for what we want to talk about today, me and Nick discovered that we actually did an interview 10 years ago at Realcomm. That was kind of a fun treat to see.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. We were just on the floor doing it on the fly, and you can still find it on YouTube.
Somehow we look younger now. No, actually we don't. We look a little older. So if someone were to try to take a wild guess at what Clockworks Analytics does, they'd probably say analytics, but I'm sure that you're going to tell us that you do a lot more than just analytics. So tell us, what's Clockworks do?
Yeah, we'll do. So Clockworks is a software company. We take data from building systems, and we automate analytics that identifies, prioritizes, and enables facilities teams to take action on the most important issues in buildings. So our clients have saved $50 million a year on energy costs. They've saved 200,000 tons of carbon. They are avoiding critical issues in critical spaces, in ORs, in manufacturing lines, on life sciences productions. So it's really about making buildings better. We're a group of people who are passionate about making a massive positive impact in the built environment using technology like analytics, like AI, like software. That's who we are.
It's so neat. It's such a good message. A lot of times I think that people that aren't in our industry or our friends that know us, they just think we're maybe geeks and just bits and bytes and flashing lights, but we're making a difference, right? We're really doing a lot of cool things. The stats that you just mentioned, I mean, it's going to make you sleep good at night, right? So I know that a lot of the strategy that you guys use is a lot of fault detection and diagnostics, but why?
Yeah, I think that's right. Fault detection and diagnostic is a geeky subject. It goes back decades, right? So we don't really want to go too deep on that. What we want to talk about is why do people do it? Why are people embracing it in the facilities world? And the bottom line is we have limited resources to manage facilities. We have big goals. We have asset health, asset life. We have energy and sustainability goals. And the people we work with, the organizations, facility organizations we work with, they need support, technology, smarter strategies on how to manage those facilities under those constraints to meet those goals. So fault detection is a way to do that. It's a way to manage smarter. It's a way to work smarter, not harder, right? We have teams that are changing their preventative maintenance task lists so they can do fewer tasks that are just rote work that you really don't need to do if you have analytics analyzing this data for you, and focus on the high value tasks. People should be doing high value activities, not sort of the mundane day-to-day things that you have to do when you don't have analytics, when you don't have FDD.
Yeah. So operational savings, I think a lot of the time is overlooked, right? And you just talked about let's automate, let's figure out how we can do the tasks that are fairly easy but maybe time consuming. We're gonna automate that and then focus on people doing things that actually are stuff that humans need to do and that type of thing. So that's fault detection to some extent. And I guess you're probably are you looking at mechanical equipment and analyzing that for longevity and runtime and that kind of thing?
We are, yeah. So, you know, I think fault detection means a lot of different things to a lot of different people, and that's both good and bad. It can confuse a lot of people, but can also drive excitement and drive impact. A lot of the service organizations we're working with are changing their services strategy to embed FDD in it, where instead of having maintenance techs go out to site and inspect every piece of equipment following a fixed list of things to do, they know what to do when they show up on site. They know what parts they need. They know what problems to go look at. They know what equipment not to go look at. So that really changes the way that you approach maintenance, the way that you approach service. So it's about changing the behavior of people. It's about changing training. It's about changing the way organizations work to make the most out of your teams. We work with a lot of partners, not just direct owners. And one of the biggest challenges I hear is growing their business requires finding technicians who can service more buildings. And that's really tough.
Yeah.
So if you have the tools and the technology in place to reduce the amount of labor and the amount of time each of your really skilled techs have to make an impact in buildings, then you can grow your business faster.
Yeah, absolutely. You want skilled techs doing skilled things.
That's right.
So we've heard so much about data and AI. I mean, we've heard AI 1,000 times this week, right? Let's talk about AI for a minute. Everyone claims to do it. How does Clockworks utilize AI?
Yeah. So everyone likes to talk about AI. Everyone gets hyped about deep learning, machine learning, convolutional neural networks, yada, yada, yada. Yes, very exciting. I'll say something that's maybe unpopular, which is I think expert systems are underrated. There were decades of expert system hype, then the AI winter, and then the revisitation to neural networks and deep learning. Well, guess what? I think expert systems are completely underrated. The number of business applications there are for expert systems still, if you can do it at scale, are huge. And that's a major part of how we apply AI. We use the boring old-fashioned AI, expert systems, combined with some other things, which I'll talk about. You think about expert systems as we do know how buildings should work. Mm-hmm. We do know what the algorithms are, what the engineering and the energy calculations are, and how an air handler works, and how a chiller works, and how a boiler works. We know those things. So if you try to do supervised learning on a large language model to tell you how a chiller should work, that's a little bit crazy, guys. There's ways to think about applying AI to these systems that use technology we know can work. The trick is how do you scale it? How do you deploy it across millions of equipment, thousands of buildings all over the world? So we're using expert systems heavily. But I will talk about some other machine learning methods that we use to connect buildings faster. So we can go there next.
Well, give me a level set. What's an expert system? What is that?
So expert systems are in the early days of AI, like we're talking the late 50s, 60s, the 70s. Expert systems were the hot thing, and neural networks and deep learning were the, stepchild, the ugly stepchild of the AI world. Didn't get funding. They were kind of pushed aside. But they kind of reached a limit, right? And I think they reached a limit for a lot of different reasons. Basically, expert systems is, you can create a knowledge base where the inputs to that knowledge base determine how the expert system provides feedback about what that thing is. So for example, when you're analyzing an air handler, if you know the points, the engineering, the control sequences of that air handler, and consume that into the expert system should be smart enough to know this is an air handler that has an economizer and has a dehumidification mode and should work like this under these conditions. And if it's not, here are the problems, and here's how impactful they are when it's broken. Whereas, a deep learning AI is sort of like, let's take these data, these points, and let's just learn how it is working now and then compare the future performance to how it is today. And what we found working with researchers and our own development is, you can learn poor performance as the right thing if you're using deep learning. And so you have to be really careful about the technologies you apply to the problem you're trying to solve. And I'll make the point again, expert systems are highly underrated.
So to simplify it even further, and you did a great job of simplifying it there, it's almost like when we use ChatGPT and it tells us something, we go, I don't think that's quite right.
Yeah.
You need to kind of make it for yourself.
Completely. I have a friend who works at Google. I won't say who and why they said this, but hallucination of these LLMs is a major problem. And figuring out how to avoid the hallucination it's going to be a challenge for many years to come.
So you said you had something else you want to get into. I'm gonna give you. We're running on a little bit at a time, but take as much time as you want to talk about the next thing.
Yeah. So all right, I've spent enough time blasting deep learning, but I will say that the scaling problem is real. So one of the challenges with buildings is that it's unstructured data. The way that the systems are programmed, the points, the devices, the equipment, the systems, they're all named differently. They're all programmed differently, different practices of engineers and programmers. So that's a lot of unstructured data. As we've been connecting buildings, and we've connected something like 600 million square feet of buildings around the world, we've been creating a training data set where humans have validated the definition of models around this unstructured data, which means we can now do supervised learning on that data and connect future buildings much faster. And yes, we do apply neural networks and large language models to that part of the process, to how you connect buildings faster. So, of course, these technologies have huge potential. There's so many things we can do with them for the right use cases. And the use case we see as most powerful for us is connecting buildings, because it's a lot of unstructured data, and we can train models on how to structure that data, which then enable the expert systems we use.
Excellent. And that's just connecting data that aren't connecting buildings that aren't connected to the internet or aren't smart buildings?
That aren't smart buildings, that, the definition of the things and the applications that are applied to them are limited or none at this point.
Wow.
Yeah.
I feel like we could go forever. I'm fascinated with this. Clearly, you know what you're talking about. If they want to reach out to you and they want to work with Clockworks, tell them how they do that.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate people listening to me and joining us here at Realcomm Live. Been coming to IBCon for years. Great event. Thank you all for being here. Our website is clockworksanalytics.com. We also have a booth. Feel free to come over and say hello at the booth. We'd love to talk to you, and hope you're all having a great show.
Excellent. 10 years ago, we did this. We did it 10 times better today. Glad to be with you again.
Well done.
Well done. Thank you, guys.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology. It's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration. It's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
All right, Realcomm live again. Rob Allen from Stromquist and Company here with Sid Chatterjee from Honeywell. We're going to talk about something that you guys just released. I've learned a lot about it. I think it's very exciting. Clearly, the booth has been like a turnstile over there. Everyone's coming over to know more about it. And so, connected power. So, connected power is a solution that, if I understand it correctly, it saves energy by controlling and managing plug-in power at the outlet level, correct?
Absolutely. So thank you, Rob, for having me here. Connected power is actually a brand new technology that, in fact, we have launched yesterday at Realcomm. And as you mentioned, in the simplest of the terms, it basically allows you to manage the plug load energy of a building, which not many people might be aware. For any commercial building is almost 25% of the total building's consumption.
Wow. Wow. I heard a stat the other day that one of your first use cases, you guys actually save 50%. I know that's not normal, but 25%, that's great. And then upwards of things more than there. So let's simplify it just a little bit. So we're controlling the outlets that you have in a space. We're typically plugging in things like computers and laptops and coffee pots and copy machines and all this different type of stuff. So why do we need control over that? What's important about that?
Yeah, I think the very simplest things. Think of that coffee machine that's sitting in any commercial office. It's supposed to basically provide coffee to people who are coming into the office, typical office hours, 7 in the mornings to 7 in the evening. Even if you add a 1-hour buffer to that from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. on weekdays, and then you have this program to be switched off for the rest of the time, you're almost saving 60% of the run hours of that coffee machine. That's what translates into savings, simple as that. And then connected power as a system allows you to do that, to basically schedule your things to be switched off when they're not in use.
Very good. I know we're at Realcomm, we're talking about buildings, right? But really quickly, what's some other verticals? Can we use this connected power in other verticals as well, healthcare and different things?
Absolutely. And I think it is not only about energy savings. Connected power as an offering, as I mentioned. First of all, the thing that is so simple about connected power, it's 100% retrofittable. That means any outlet that you have in a building could be taken down and replaced by a connected power outlet. It fits into the same space, gets connected to the same 2 wires. Everything else gets connected wirelessly. The outlets actually form a mesh and talk among themselves, land up to a backnet hub. From there, it could be managed by any BMS platform.
Okay.
Once it comes, then you have the ability to schedule, but you also have the ability to monitor. And I think that's what is relevant for in the healthcare segment. Because yes, the coffee machine needs to get switched off at the time when it's not in use. But think of the life safety equipment in a healthcare scenario that needs to be continuously on. And if it goes down, it's basically you need to understand that and take an appropriate action. So for those cases in those verticals, monitoring critical equipment also becomes really relevant.
Wow. So a couple things you said there. So one, in a retrofit, I think I heard you say that we don't have to necessarily do all the outlets in the building.
No.
We'll do the ones that make the most sense. Is that right?
Absolutely.
And when we're doing maybe like a new construction or something from scratch, should we do all the outlets? Is it cost effective to do that?
What Title 24 says, and this is in California, and some of the states are actually adopting this regulation across, it says that at least 50% of your outlets should be controllable.
Okay.
What it means, if I flip it back, is typically in a building, 50% of your outlets have permanently connected assets.
Okay.
And so the good starting point is obviously 50%. But somebody, when he's putting up a new building, I think that's the right time that they can go for a complete overhaul of the system and have it connected end to end. But in a retrofittable scenario, the best is to go after the ones where you have large permanently connected assets, because that's where you get the most value out of it.
Okay, I like that. Have you guys done any projects yet?
Absolutely. I think part of our launch, and even though this was a launch yesterday, we had an early adopter launch. That means we made this available to our partners, to our distributors, to go and experience the offering. And one of the early pilots where our partners took this to our customers, they are already seeing savings. AccuTemp is one of our partners in Canada who were the first in this. They saw almost 44% of savings on the number of assets that they had connected, and they ran this for a period of a month, and that's what the savings they saw. So if I translate that in terms of a larger building, so going back to that 25% analogy,
right?
And if you save, even if you save 40% in that, you are basically have the ability to impact almost 10% of your building energy consumption.
Wow.
So it's a very, very significant number that a lot of people ignore, but managing that, controlling that can have real impact.
We've seen so many things, and there's a lot of stuff that people are sort of have similar solutions for, right? What differentiates Honeywell and connected power versus something similar?
Absolutely. This solution is becoming very, very popular in the residential space. But the way we have designed connected power is from two very, very clear attributes. One is the scale. This is an enterprise solution. So a single connected power system scales out to 5,000 receptacles or outlets.
Wow.
That's the first thing. The second piece is how it integrates. So as I mentioned, the receptacles basically talk to each other wirelessly, but converge into a backnet over IP hub. That means there is a very seamless integration to any BMS platform that you have. So it is not only retrofittable in the wall where I'm taking out an outlet and putting a new outlet, it's actually retrofittable to your BMS system as well. Because I'm essentially not asking the facility manager to put in a new control platform. Whatever control platform they're using to manage any other energy source in their building, this becomes a part of it. I think that's the true powerful differentiation of the solution, apart from the ability to monitor, manage, report, and all of it. And one very, very key differentiator that I would love to highlight is the capability of the outlet to also monitor temperature.
Wow.
And I think that has a key value prop that we are understanding as we are going to our customers. They see this as key means of risk mitigation. In fact, one of my conversations with one of the county officials here in Tampa, they mentioned that they have a wall of shame for burnt out sockets and receptacles and plugs and wires. They actually have a display.
Wow.
And they see this means of adopting this as a major risk mitigation for their buildings, because they are self-insurers for their building, and they see this as means of decreasing an electrical fire risk.
Wow, I never knew that was such an issue, but here you go, learning. I want to give you a chance to make a final thought, but I do want to circle back to one thing that I thought was a good point you made earlier. So we talk about the ability to turn off outlets, right, and save energy from the things that we're plugging into outlets, but you also touched on the ability for it to pull back through a BMS system, and we can also tell if something that's plugged into an outlet is powered off, right?
Yep.
If there's an issue. So
Yep.
talk a little bit more about why that's important, why we should monitor both turning things off, but then also making sure that things are on.
Absolutely. I think one of the earliest use cases that we saw when we implemented this specifically in universities, the labs had very, very critical equipment that were connected to outlets. One example was these high efficiency freezers that they have, where they basically store samples of their ongoing experiments. The refrigerator needs to be running at that constant temperature to ensure the longevity of the sample. For that university specifically, it became extremely critical that they monitor that refrigerator, specifically over a long period of time, periods of over the weekends when nobody is in the lab, and have an alert, because if the refrigerator goes down, they have a period of 30 minutes in which somebody got to intervene, move the sample, and put it into a refrigerator that's working. And these experiments go on for years together. So a refrigerator going down without somebody not knowing means that a researcher could be losing his years worth of work.
Wow, yeah.
So it has real impact about that monitoring aspect. And then we see that could be a very real critical driver in some of the verticals where, yes, the energy savings and switching off things when not needed, but monitoring things to run and they're running in the right way is also a very critical value to our customers.
Absolutely. Fascinating stuff. Congratulations to Honeywell. Congratulations to you and the success that you guys are having in the booth. I'm excited to see where this goes. I think it's going to go great.
Absolutely. And Rob, thank you for having me. Thank you to Realcomm Live. What I would say to everybody here, we have a live setup of connected power running. So you can go and visit our booth, experience this live actually. So we have a fully commissioned system with Niagara running there. So you can go and understand all the different value props that exist. And we can have a great conversation there as well.
Love it. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Virtuoso.
Virtuoso, how many leads have we received for Unit 100A?
Virtuoso, how much availability do we have in the Seattle market?
Virtuoso, what is the net effective rent of the fading steel?
Virtuoso, who are the top 10 expiring tenants in the next 90 days?
Virtuoso, create an emergency work order for the broken elevator.
All right, Rob Allen with Stromquist and Company here with Mahmood and Mike from Panduit. Guys, welcome to the show.
Thanks Rob. Great to be here.
Glad to have you guys here. So full disclosure, found out that we were going to be interviewing Panduit, and I said, how are we going to fill all this time talking about wire ducts, right? So but clearly you guys do a lot more than just that. And then I found out at the general session on the first day when the lights went dim and this was a big unveiling, and they said this is going to be the technology of the future, and you watch, and all of a sudden it was Panduit, and I said that's really cool. And then I went, oh my gosh, I'm going to be interviewing those guys. No pressure. So I'm excited to talk to you guys. But quick, tell us a little bit about Panduit from just a company perspective and some of the solutions that you guys provide.
Sure, absolutely. So Panduit has been a part of the industry actually for a very long time. So some of those initial products, 70 years ago. So
Wow.
innovations in the control space, right? And then on the datacom space, 40 years of Panduit innovations there as well. So our tagline is infrastructure for a connected world. So we're all about the connectivity that connects your power and your data across IT and OT. We're pretty well known on the enterprise IT side for the solutions that Panduit has here at the booth around smart buildings. But we also have the power solutions, which are a big part of what we're working on today. And that's a big learning from Panduit as well around the power side.
Yeah, wow. So what an education. 70 years of doing great things. And clearly, what we're talking about in a minute, you guys are doing some even greater things. But I know you're making strides with smart building design and deployment. Tell us a little bit more about that.
I'm sorry?
Smart building designs and deployment.
Yeah, smart building designs and deployment, of course. So, PoE over the years has been used very effectively, right, to save on operating energy, even up to 40% energy savings within all PoE infrastructure, right? But to really get to sustainability goals and some of the net zero mandates that are out there, we need to provide more of that DC conversion further back into the system or leveling up our DC power capabilities. And that's really on the deployment side. Things like PoE are easier to deploy versus a line power solution. And so is the DC power solutions that we're talking about. They leverage that same low voltage infrastructure, very simple to install, very simple to maintain, but providing both material cost benefits as well as reducing operating expenses as well.
Wow, very good. Let's shift a little bit. Fault managed power systems. That was a new thing for me. And tell me a little bit about that and what a fault managed power system is.
Absolutely. First, did you enjoy the lighting surprise that we did?
Really cool. Actually, it was beyond really cool. It was something better than that. I'm excited.
I'm glad to hear that. So yeah, fault managed power, the concept has been around for years. And basically what it is when we talk about smart buildings or sustainable buildings, the first thing we need to address is eliminating AC to DC conversions. And the missing piece, all DC powered buildings have been around for a while. People have been talking about them. But in our opinion, the missing piece has been how do you safely distribute DC in a building out to the last 100 meters or 50 meters where you're potentially doing PoE or class 2 power or some other method. And now fault managed power, and our solution is class 4, really fills that gap. So what fault managed power does is it takes DC and then it's distributing it all over your building. Our solution can go up to 2 kilometers away over skinny wires, skinny copper conductors, but it's safe enough where if somebody actually touches it, or if there's a short circuit or any kind of fault that could cause a shock or a fire, it actually detects it and turns that power off instantly.
Wow.
Within a maximum, our solution, within milliseconds.
Wow.
Thereby, making sure it doesn't cause a shock or cause a fire. And now that solves that distribution problem.
Wow. So it can isolate the issue, or it can detect the fault, shut it down, isolate it, so
Yes.
it's safe, right?
Correct. It will detect per channel. It's multiple channels per copper pair. You think it will detect, it will turn off and isolate. It's not going to cause an effect in any other distribution in the system. It's just that one channel on its own. Kind of like your breaker. The one breaker will turn off, but this is just much smarter and can detect a lot of different faults.
Wow. And so when we talk about DC and AC real quick, at DC, the reason that we went AC in the world, right, is it turned out to be better. But DC, what were the problems, limitations with DC, and then how have we solved those today?
Yeah, so there were basically two things that we couldn't solve back then. First, there was a talk about, you can't distribute DC for long distances because of the voltage drop. But that issue actually is true both for DC and AC. But they also talked about the lack of safety of DC. And that's why DC kind of lost that battle. But also, we didn't know how to manage DC in terms of being able to turn power off remotely.
Okay.
And those two things now have been solved. We've solved the safety issue or misconception, and now we're also able to manage these channels, so we're actually able to turn power on and off from our solution remotely.
And then you said something earlier, and I want to make sure we level set, but you said class 4 power.
Yeah.
What is class 4 power, and are you guys the only one that has class 4 power?
But yes, that's true.
Wow.
So fault managed power is a way of detecting faults and being able to distribute DC or any form of power really. But then class 4 is what actually makes it. Class 4 is a classification in the National Electrical Code.
Okay.
And that's new. So typically we have 3 classes of power, 1, 2, and 3. 1 is what's running in this venue here today and in our homes. 2 is PoE, is the most common form of class 2. And then I'm going to skip 3 because it's mainly for home theater applications, etc. But now class 4, which is just a year old, that's basically saying you can develop these fault managed power systems, but you have to adhere to specific standards by UL that are also just a year old. And it just makes it, we believe that now that class 4 is around, we hope that the adoption of this type of technology will make it easier for end users and developers, etc.
So is class 4 data and power in one cable? Is that class 4?
Class 4 basically says you can develop a system that can push up to 450 volts from the source, which is a lot. But you have to have a mechanism of detecting faults and turning off within specified time limits. And those are all governed by UL 1400-1 standard. So if you want to be class 4 listed, go in and get a UL certified system.
So clearly you guys had sustainability in mind when you created this, right? So tell us a little bit more about why it's sustainable, what you like about it. What are some of the benefits of going this route?
Yeah, so from a sustainability perspective, we kind of see things that are going on in the industry here around convergence, right? And so the industry going to IP platforms from a service standpoint, a software standpoint, data aggregation and convergence among that, and then the low voltage systems or having a single platform, converged platform to be able to deploy all these systems critically important. And the role that plays then with sustainability is we can be visionary here, right? And we can say, what does this new building look like? And work with integrators, design consultants to help mold that so that, development now, we can meet a certain amount of applications, save a certain amount of power, but as time goes on, we can start to work together to build out like the DC microgrids, working in things like sustainability from renewable power perspective, having those in front of where like fault managed power goes so that we're integrating in more sustainable features and moving that AC to DC conversion further upstream so that we've got the best operating cost capability.
And I'll just add to that. So when you think about this concept of class 4, I like to break it up into 2 separate benefits to the end user and the developer. First, and this has the sustainability angle, you're able to distribute over thin copper, and the fact that it's safe allows you to make it a low voltage installation. That's a big part of it. You don't have to run this power in conduit anymore.
Okay.
So you're saving on all the conduit that's running in buildings.
Wow.
So when you talk about sustainability, it's 50% less mined materials from a less copper and a conduit perspective. But also you get the benefit of centralizing your power distribution. So end users now value a lot the fact that you can centrally back up your entire building from one spot using a UPS or using a battery bank. But also the theme of this show has been monitoring and control. And this power is, you have a power network that you can actually monitor down to the last device that you're powering, and you can control it remotely.
Wow, that's fascinating. And not to mention probably labor savings.
Absolutely. So you can have a low voltage contractor. In many cases now, in smart buildings, you have connected devices at the edge that need bandwidth. So you're running some form of data cable, whether it's category or fiber, and you need power with it. So that same contractor that's already there pulling that fiber or data can pull the copper cable as well. So when we've done some studies, we see about 40% in savings from material and installation costs just from that.
Excellent. So we're out of time, but I want to give you about 15 more seconds, whoever wants to take this question. But we're at Realcomm, a lot of building centered focused stuff here. Why should someone adopt this technology for their building?
Yeah, I can certainly take that. So really, this technology is available today, and a lot of people look at it and think this is magic, but it's not. And the fact that it's class 4 and it's in the code, we're hoping that people can see this is legitimate product. This is certified. It's certified by UL. And so the technology is here. And why you should adopt it, because we talked, this is your way to get to net zero goals. This is the way to achieve your sustainability goals. And even not even just from a new building perspective, even if you're doing retrofit, this really is a great solution for that, because we're solving problems of you need power in different locations nowadays to add more connectivity at the edge. And this is your way to do it very easily, very fast to deploy, using cheaper labor, less material, and then you get the benefit of being able to back up your systems centrally, which saves a lot of money as well. Just the maintenance and operation of that is really key.
Well said. Man, that was a great pitch. Very good.
I hope it works.
Yeah, good job. Fascinating stuff. Thank you guys so much. I definitely believe what Jim Young said, that this is definitely the technology of the future. This is the next big thing. And so I'm so happy I got to interview you guys. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Yep. Thank you for having us.
Realcomm. Thank you. We're out.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm, aiming to optimize and adapt to ensure readiness for constant business transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's digital twins platform, envision workplaces that not only thrive on innovation, but also prioritize enhanced health and safety, space management, robust physical security assurance, and eco-friendly initiatives, making Verbrix an all-encompassing solution for modern workplaces. Are you poised for the next era of workplace innovation? Discover the future with Verbrix.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology. It's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration. It's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
And welcome back to Realcomm Live. I'm Lisa Woods with Realcomm, and with me is Umar Riaz, who's Managing Director of EY. How you doing?
Great to be here. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm glad you were back. So what do you think of the conference so far? I know you've been with us now for several conferences.
Yeah.
What do you think about Tampa?
You know, I have to tell you that you have to give it to the Realcomm team to put up such a great conference year after year after year. You have great attendance. Some of the key leaders in the industry are here, so it's great networking. It's great to see some of the, the vendors who are here year after year, but some new companies out here too. And Tampa is just fantastic. I haven't been to Tampa for a very long time, and to see the new development around Water Street and all is pretty impressive to see.
You and I were talking about that a little bit earlier about how much Tampa has changed, and it had been 10 years or so since you had been to Tampa. Me as well, up until the site visit. It had been about 15 years. I was blown away by all the development.
Yeah, we've got to come back now.
Exactly.
It's a great convention center. So
yeah,
it
really is.
Yeah, absolutely.
It really is. Well, you were part of our general session yesterday and did a fantastic presentation. And so I thought to kick off our interview, maybe you could give us a recap. There might be some who missed the presentation and what you had to say. So could you just give us a recap on what you were sharing with the audience?
Well, I've given to Jim Young, right? One of the most compelling topics, and he gave me 10 minutes to cover it. But I tried my best. But this topic of what is the state of innovation in the real estate industry and what can we all do together better is on everyone's mind. Because the impression, looking from the outside in and from some of the boards and management teams I talked to, the general impression is that the industry is not innovating at the pace that people would like it to. Right? So the question is why and what can we do about it? So one of the things we did was we surveyed about 80 of your Realcomm advisory board members who are all leaders in the industry. And not surprisingly, I think that the feedback we got was mixed in the sense that some people feel that the innovation in the industry is meeting the expectations set by management teams. A significant portion thought that it was lagging. No one really felt that the industry was innovating at a transformational pace. I think that was key. And the number one barrier to innovation that everyone identified was investment. Like 70% of the people said the reason why we can't innovate more is because we don't get the investment to be able to innovate, which I think I'll get to. And then the third topic that we all want to talk about is there's clearly been a huge amount of investment in the prop tech industry over the last 10 years or so. I think north of $30 billion in venture capital funding has gone into prop tech. So it's in everyone's mind has prop tech lived up to its expectations? I think the feedback, at least what we got from the survey, was that again it was a bit mixed, but most people thought that either it has not met expectations. Right, so the transformational impact that this industry was supposed to have in real estate has not been met. So you put all that feedback together and some of the sort of external perspective, you say, well, why is that? Right? What is sort of my, as a person who's consulted for a wide range of industries, what can real estate do differently? One thing I've noticed is, right, that a lot of the real estate innovation is not pointed at the parts of the value chain in real estate that create the more value. Let me give you an example, right? A lot of, if you're in real estate and you have a new innovation that is focused on productivity in a real estate entity, right? Real estate companies don't employ that many people. That's just the kind of industry we're in, right? So if you have a new innovative idea that's going to reduce headcount or make people's life efficient, I think you're going to have a tough time getting funding for it because the business case is not as strong. On the other hand, where the value is in this industry is on the investment side and is on the asset management side. So if you can help real estate companies make better investment decisions, or you can help real estate companies better manage their assets, which is either rental yields or or capital investments and all, that's where the value is. And I think we as an industry need to focus more of our innovative ideas on the areas in the business that create the most value.
Right. Do you think that there is a problem in the real estate industry? It's clearly not about the technology.
Yeah.
With the technology is there, and I think that in a lot of cases it is technology looking for a problem instead of having a problem and then finding the technology to solve that problem. Do you think that's true?
It's been historically true because technology, right, has just been an enabler in this industry. It's not been front and center part of the value proposition. Clearly, that's changing. And I think what's one of the other points I made yesterday was that there is no situation better than the current situation in order to innovate. So there is now a huge interest in technology spurred on by all the press around Gen AI and AI.
Right, right.
So there's no real estate company that does not want to at least talk about it, if not invest in it. I think that you couple that with market conditions and disruptions in the market. There's this issue of what's going to long-term prospect for office. What are all the asset classes doing? You combine that with the economic disruptions that we're all facing and the needs for more climate sustainability and all. There's no, and technology has a role to play in all those factors.
Right.
So there's never been a better time for innovation, technology-enabled innovation in the real estate industry. But historically, you're absolutely right. Technology has been perceived to be an enabler versus a value creator for the industry.
Right. So you mentioned AI, and clearly that's been a big topic across the conference. We had our Buildings AI symposium on Wednesday, and it is pretty much touched every session because there are so many questions, and people want to know, well, how is this going to impact my life, my daily operation, and so on. Do you think that AI is a lot more hype than reality, or do you think that it's a mixture of both, or what's your take on AI and the way that it's being presented to the real estate industry? And does it, what do you think that impact is going to be?
Look, I think that the general consensus is that AI genuinely is going to be a transformational technology for the economy as a whole, right? I mean, these are the same people who talked about digital transformation, and indeed that has transformed the way we work, live, and play. AI is going to transform how we work, live, and play. That is unquestionable. And most economists that you talk to say it's going to have a net positive impact on the economy, right? Even the EY economist has predicted like $1 to $2 trillion of additional growth all over the world, right? 5% or to 10% productivity gain. So there's a huge potential for this technology to add value. The question then, well, what about real estate? I think, again, if you go back to there's a lot of proofs of concepts that are happening in real estate. People are experimenting with different ideas. And then the real estate industry, I think you have to give credit to a lot of the companies and the vendors in Australia. Everyone's trying to embed AI in their infrastructure. I think the issue in the industry is that it hasn't come to grips with the fact that in order to reap the benefits of AI, you have to invest in the infrastructure. Infrastructure that actually powers AI in the beginning, right? I think there is some perception in the industry is that applications like ChatGPT will solve all our problems for us. That's just not the case. Right? If you want in the future to be a highly AI-enabled organization, you will have to invest in the data analytics infrastructure, the other technical infrastructure that you need to power AI. And I think that's one of the things the real estate industry still has not as mature in its thinking as other industries that EY works with, is that a lot of it right now is getting ready because, we've talked to clients where it takes them 3 years to build out the infrastructure and just a month to develop a new use case.
Right.
Once you have the infrastructure built to power AI, you can take advantage of it. And there are parts of real estate like asset management and investments, underwriting, all these areas are set to be transformed using generative AI and AI in the future.
Right. Well, I think we only have a couple more minutes. My last question would be, what do you think that real estate owners should be thinking about in the next 6 months? Like between now and the end of the year, what should their strategy look like?
And I think the next 6 months or so, Clay, right, there's a lot of economic uncertainty in the marketplace, right? So maybe people don't have as many discretionary dollars to spend. I think if I was a real estate company, the next 6 months should all be about planning for the future.
Okay.
Right? Plan what should my data analytics strategy be, and what is my roadmap to get there? What are the parts of my organization that I can transform using generative AI? So start thinking through and preparing, right? And if you have the investment dollars, start investing in those core infrastructure elements, right? What you don't want to do is to do these very narrowly defined proofs of concepts, which then people look at it and say, well, it doesn't really rock my boat that much, right? So what you need to do is sort of think big, think transformational, and start planning for what your organization will look like with AI and generative AI in the future.
That's great advice. Well, I think we're out of time. It was great talking to you. Thank you for being here. We really appreciate your being part of the general session yesterday, and look forward to inviting you back. I hope you'll come back and have a chat with us again.
It's been a pleasure. Always great to talk to you and the rest of the Realcomm team.
Thank you.
Lisa.
Well, you safe travels home, and we will talk very soon.
Thanks.
All right, and we'll be right back.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion, driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atrius is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're breathing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atrius.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation.
Hi, welcome back to Realcomm Live. I'm Mike Smith with White Space, and I'm here with Tony Schaefer, the Tony Schaefer of Halo. How are you doing today?
Great, Mike. Thanks.
Hey, I have to say the show has just been packed with information, and your name keeps coming up.
Well, that's a good thing, right?
I think a lot of it's for the work
Appreciate
that we've both been involved. We've been very lucky to be involved with the Water Street Tampa project, and early on. And I thought our discussion today is around 5G smart districts, which you've been instrumental in here. And I'd like to just kind of talk through that and talk. There was a lot of things that happened here with the Super Bowl and everything that was kind of created a perfect storm. And I kind of want to get your take on that. And we were able to do some things across the district that are hard to do in a large development project like this.
Yeah.
And so just kind of want to get your take and talk through, everything that led up with the Super Bowl, kind of how that kind of propelled us forward. So I don't know if you want to give your insight on kind of your involvement here.
Sure,
at
it was
Water Street.
great. And it was great having you as a strategic partner early on, advising strategic property partners and then us coming in to execute on that infrastructure. And I think that was part of the original strategic objective, is putting in the infrastructure that will not only support the immediate needs, but future needs. And it was the perfect storm related to Super Bowl coming to Tampa. And the Buccaneers won that year, which was fantastic.
Yeah.
There was a lot of things, and Brad Cook mentioned it yesterday, that they had an entirely futuristic building application, what they were trying to accomplish in this community. And the infrastructure that we put in supported that. It supported it very early on, and it'll continue to support it with future growth as the community grows and expands into future phases. I do remember early on when we were sitting down trying to devise the comm corridor strategy and the buildings that were going to be part of the infrastructure. And one of the things from a sustainability standpoint was putting in additional infrastructure that would support years down the road. So in order to not have to redeploy labor and materials and equipment and go back into the streets, we added excess capacity in terms of fiber and infrastructure, and those will play out over the years as we continue to expand the district here. 5G is playing a key role in this conference that we're at right now. I mentioned yesterday in one of our panels that there was a very large customer that was at the JW Marriott and the Marriott Water Street.
Yeah.
And I can go into that a little bit more, but yeah, it's been a wonderful relationship with you and the ownership and the entire community.
Yeah, I think to your point, the infrastructure was so key. And one thing that was unique about this, because of the chiller plant and all the infrastructure going in the street, is we had to think differently about where the communications pathways would go, to your point. And we were able to put in, 16 4-inch conduits that you were able to take advantage of, lighting it up. I think one thing, though, that, as the project was progressing, we had to act very quickly and light up very quickly. And, you and I talked a lot about a strategy on the old meet me room concept, which we were able to do here. And so how instrumental was that into the success of the rapid deployment that you and Halo did here at the district?
It was very instrumental. The concept of one centralized head-end, and our current head-end has about 44 racks of equipment in there today. It can grow to 70. So we have room to grow as additional phases coming in, but it's a centralized head-end that essentially feeds all of the buildings. We have 288 strands of fiber right now running to each of the 6 projects, the JW Marriott, the Marriott Water Street, the brand new addition that we just turned up, Sparkman Wharf, 1001. And so that head-end is this central nervous system of the entire community. And the fact that that was built as part of the future growth was transformational, where, again, talking about energy efficiency, sustainability, and then just strategic deployment for the future, it was perfect.
Yeah, and I know we built that room with a future capacity in mind, so we can always expand that if we need to. You mentioned it, and I want to talk through it. Everyone kind of dismisses that 5G experience, but we've all been to shows, including like a Realcomm event, where connectivity is an issue. And you and I were talking earlier about, at the 2 Marriotts, the Waterside and the JW, about a conversation that you had about another conference that was there this week and their experience. Talk to us about that and their experience with your network there.
It was great. So they had 800 people staying between the 2 Marriott hotels. It was Gallo, their national sales meeting. And I had an opportunity to speak with the event coordinator who was orchestrating from the very beginning and planning to the end. There were a lot of benefits that they saw as coming to Tampa, but one of the benefits that they didn't expect was such a great mobile experience. And she had made a comment that previous venues that they have been to in the past didn't quite pan out from a user experience, and they have all these social media and postings and things like that. They had zero problems. They were getting gig speed, and she was elated by the network infrastructure that was put in place. And so I think the result of that too also adds future revenue opportunities for them to continue to come back and support the community with commerce and additional sales that are needed to bring more vibrant life to the community here.
Yeah, one of the goals that Water Street always had was creating a frictionless environment. That was something that the marketing team always talked about. And I think with what we see is with the Halo network in place, that's what we really have. And as people roam, seamlessly from the interior network, the in-building environment to the outdoor, more to the macro network, they don't notice that. Where in a lot of communities you see that and you have issues. So that's been it's been an awesome experience, and it's kind of a thankless job because people don't realize that unless it stinks, right? But I know that was good to hear them and their feedback.
It was great. One of the other things I think that makes having this infrastructure so important here is the Amalie Arena and all of the events that happen. So from a public safety and security standpoint, having that infrastructure in place, and that's why I think future applications are going to be implemented here to support the ongoing demand for security, safety, public safety, and so forth. But as the Amalie Arena and all of the buildings that surround it, it makes for a perfect environment for future applications that are just now starting to evolve and come to fruition. So we'll be a part of that, and of course you'll be part of that too.
We hope so.
Yeah.
We hope so. Speaking of future applications, what's next in your world as Halo? What are you seeing? And I'll say this kind of tongue in cheek, but like 6G, 7G, like where do we see it going? I mean, 5G is really here now. You guys deployed an amazing network here, which I think was one of the first 5G deployments on your network, I believe. But where are we going next?
Well, it's tough to say, but I think 5G is going to be here for a long time. I've heard on a handful of occasions 6G, and I think that's just individuals trying to say there's something out there and listen to me. And we're not talking about 6G. 5G is really just entering into some of the biggest venues today, certainly all the big arenas and stadiums and airports. Surprisingly, there's a growing demand for 5G in other types of real estate verticals, like commercial office buildings. Several of our clients here are implementing 5G based on tenant demand. And so healthcare, hospitality, and other real estate vertical markets are implementing 5G. But the roadmap, and I think part of the roadmap is selecting the best infrastructure and the best OEMs that have that roadmap to upgrade without a full rip and replace. And I think that will allow future technologies to roll in a more cost-effective way. But let's not jump ahead on 6G and 7G. It'll be here soon enough, but not soon.
And I'm sure your network can support it.
If we can.
I'm excited to see what you guys bring here to Water Street as they continue to develop these new buildings, these new assets, and kind of see how where we're going with that. So I thank you for your time.
Thanks,
I
Mike.
appreciate it, and look forward to working with you again.
All right. Thanks so much.
Right. We'll be right back. Thank you.
resource scarcity, and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atrius is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're breathing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atrius.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm, aiming to optimize and adapt to ensure readiness for constant transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's digital twins platform, envision workplaces that not only thrive on innovation, but also prioritize enhanced health and safety, space management, robust physical security assurance, and eco-friendly initiatives, making Verbrix an all-encompassing solution for modern workplaces. Are you poised for the next era of workplace innovation? Discover the future with Verbrix.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology. It's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration. It's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
Virtuoso.
Virtuoso, how many leads have we received for Unit 100A?
Virtuoso, how much availability do we have in the Seattle market?
Virtuoso, what is the net effective rent of the fading steel?
Virtuoso, who are the top 10 expiring tenants in the next 90 days.
Virtuoso, create an emergency work order for the broken elevator.
Virtuoso, give me a list of all approved capital projects in 2020.
Virtuoso, send me a list of all the tenants with past due accounts receivable.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. Innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to...
Testing. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for coming to 2024 Realcomm IBCon. In room 303 right now is the PropTech Launchpad Startup Sessions. Please hurry up and get over there before all the seats are gone. Thank you.
Assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atreus.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrick stands firm, aiming to optimize and adapt to ensure readiness for constant business transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's digital twins platform, envision workplaces that not only thrive on innovation, but also prioritize enhanced health and safety, space management, robust physical security assurance, and eco-friendly initiatives, making Verbrix an all-encompassing solution for modern workplaces. Are you poised for the next era of workplace innovation? Discover the future with Verbrix.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology. It's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration. It's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
Virtuoso. Virtuoso. How many leads have we received for Unit 1 today.
Virtuoso, how much availability do we have in the Seattle market?
Virtuoso, what is the net effective rent of the fading exterior?
Virtuoso, who are the top 10 expiring tenants in the next 90 days.
Virtuoso, create an emergency work order for the broken elevator.
Virtuoso, give me a list of all approved capital projects in 2025.
Virtuoso, send me a list of all the tenants with past due accounts receivable.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atrius is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're breathing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atrius.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm, aiming to optimize and adapt to ensure readiness for constant business transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's digital twins platform, envision workplaces that not only thrive on innovation, but also prioritize enhanced health and safety, space management, robust physical security assurance, and eco-friendly initiatives, making Verbrix an all-encompassing solution for modern workplaces. Are you poised for the next era of workplace innovation? Discover the future with Verbrix.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology. It's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration. It's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
Virtuoso.
Virtuoso, how many leads have we received for Unit 100A?
Virtuoso, how much availability do we have in the Seattle market?
Virtuoso, what is the net effective rent of the FedEx deal?
Virtuoso, who are the top 10 expiring tenants in the next 90 days.
Virtuoso, create an emergency work order for the broken elevator.
Virtuoso, give me a list of all approved capital projects in 2025.
Virtuoso, send me a list of all the tenants with past due accounts received.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atreus is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're breathing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atreus.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm, aiming to optimize and adapt to ensure constant business transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's digital twins platform, envision workplaces that not only thrive on innovation, but also prioritize enhanced health and safety, space management, robust physical security assurance, and eco-friendly initiatives, making Verbrix an all-encompassing solution for modern workplaces. Are you poised for the next era of workplace innovation? Discover the future with Verbrix.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology, it's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration, it's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
Virtuoso.
Virtuoso, how many leads have we received for Unit 100A?
Virtuoso, how much availability do we have in the Seattle market?
Virtuoso, what is the net effective rent of the FADX deal?
Virtuoso, who are the top 10 expiring tenants in the next 90 days.
Virtuoso, create an emergency work order for the broken elevator.
Virtuoso, give me a list of all approved capital projects in 2025.
Virtuoso, send me a list of all the tenants with past due accounts received.
resource scarcity, and shifting. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atrius is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're breathing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atrius.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm, aiming to optimize and adapt to ensure readiness for constant business transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's digital twins platform, envision workplaces that not only thrive on innovation, but also prioritize enhanced health and safety, space management, robust physical security assurance, and eco-friendly initiatives, making Verbrix an all-encompassing solution for modern workplaces. Are you poised for the next era of workplace innovation? Discover the future with Verbrix.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology. It's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration. It's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
Virtuoso.
Virtuoso, how many leads have we received for Unit 100A?
Virtuoso, how much availability do we have in the Seattle market?
Virtuoso, what is the net effective rent of the fading deal?
Virtuoso, who are the top 10 expiring tenants in the next 90 days.
Virtuoso, create an emergency work order for the broken elevator.
Virtuoso, give me a list of all approved capital projects in 2025.
Virtuoso, send me a list of all the tenants with past due accounts received.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to vision. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atrius is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're bringing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atrius.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrick stands firm, aiming to optimize and adapt to ensure readiness for constant business transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's digital twins platform, envision workplaces that not only thrive on innovation, but also prioritize enhanced health and safety, space management, robust physical security assurance, and eco-friendly initiatives, making Verbrix an all-encompassing solution for modern workplaces. Are you poised for the next era of workplace innovation? Discover the future with Verbrix.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology. It's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration. It's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
Virtuoso.
Virtuoso.
Virtuoso, how many leads have we received for Unit 100A?
Virtuoso, how much availability do we have in the Seattle market?
Virtuoso, what is the net effective rent of the FADX deal?
Virtuoso, who are the top 10 expiring tenants in the next 90 days.
Virtuoso, create an emergency work order for the broken elevator.
Virtuoso, give me a list of all approved capital projects in 2025.
Virtuoso, send me a list of all the tenants with past due accounts received.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atreus is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're breathing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atreus.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift,
Well, hello everyone. I'm Howard Berger from Realcomm, and I'm really happy to be here with a few gentlemen from our Venture Capital Advisory Council. And to my immediate right, I've got Lucas Turner Owens, Principal, Building Ventures. In the center, we've got Laurent Grill, Partner, JLL Spark, and on the far end, we've got Zach Schwartzman, General Partner at MetaProp. So, gentlemen, let's, starting with you, Lucas, take a couple seconds to talk a little bit about Building Ventures, what you guys are doing, and we'll go down the road.
Sounds good. So, as you mentioned, I'm at Building Ventures. We have offices in Boston and San Francisco, and our thesis is a better built world. So we're focused on improving both construction and real estate with investments in technology. And I think some portfolio companies that really highlight our thesis are companies like Measurable, which we feel is one of the industry standards for ESG certification in commercial real estate, and Adaptus, which is a decarbonization platform that's the founder, Shada Shahi, is actually here today. So I'll talk more about them maybe in a minute.
Nice.
Laurent Grill, partner with JLL Spark Global Ventures. We also are looking at the entire built world and the technologies that we're looking to implement. We are obviously backed by JLL. We are a global fund, so investing in technology not just within the US, but all over the world. And we're also excited to be here. We have a handful of portfolio companies, and we've heard great things. So thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Great. Zach Schwarzman, General Partner at MetaProp. We are a New York-based, primarily seed stage, discovery-oriented firm serving prop tech writ large, so very broad in our focus within the category. Fortunate to partner with some really excellent corporate partners and other institutional partners from across the real estate industry that collectively represent about 20 billion square feet worth of property around the world.
Awesome. Thanks, Zach. So, Lucas, Zach, I think this is your first time to a Realcomm. Laurent, you were with us last year, I remember.
Correct.
A little different this year than last.
A little different.
Yeah.
A little warmer.
Yeah.
Which is weird to say when you're leaving Las Vegas.
Yeah, but even temperature, the environment notwithstanding, I think the conference itself is, you can see that, how it's kind of morphed into a probably a little bit more high touch, warm community. So I wanted to ask you guys, what's your first impression of your first Realcomm?
It's been great. I've been excited to hear how much sustainability has been a focus of the conversation. I was at the pre-comm conversations that took place.
Oh, good. What did you think of the case studies?
I thought the Kingset case study was great because we're digging into this question of how can you optimize existing systems. I think a lot of building stock that's here today is going to be with us for the next 30, 40, 50 years. So yes, we want to see greener new buildings, but also how do you improve oil boilers?
It's the retrofits. Yeah, that's where the gold is.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I've been here before, but to your point, I think that you've done a great job of bringing together great individuals as well as companies. I think the industry as a whole is continuously getting smarter and learning more about how to implement some of these tools and technologies. So the conversations are a little bit, they're starting on a higher front. We're hopefully going to be able to move the needle in a more meaningful way as years continue to move on.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah. This is a pretty engaged community here. They talk to each other. They help each other out. There's a lot of collaboration, which is something I'm really proud of.
Yeah, I mean, I would actually jump on that. What I've noticed is a lot of collaborative spirit between particularly the prop tech companies that are here. Really nice opportunity to meet a lot of the customer base. And one of the things we noticed coming in was pretty good representation, almost to a surprising degree, from the bigger general tech companies that are here. So I think you have a lot of folks speaking common language and work in a pretty collaborative spirit.
Yeah, and I'm glad to see from some of the larger general tech companies, they're starting to get it. They're starting to understand, the importance of open systems and just really how to speak in better speak in customer terms to what the needs of the community, what the needs of their clients really are. So I've seen a maturity, so to speak, with some of the big firms. Let me just ask, as you guys have walked the floor probably and seen a lot of the companies, anything stand out, that maybe you hadn't seen before that you were that impressed you? I think we can speak.
I'm going to be
specifically.
biased. I'm excited to see a lot of my portfolio
Yeah.
companies here doing good stuff. No, I mean, look, we obviously, my company JLL has we have representation here in a handful of ways as well. I think it's important to bring the large companies and the smaller startups together in a similar environment. It's always great to see kind of the collaboration that's happening there. And so that's, I'd say, the biggest thing that I noticed while spending time with all of the various individuals out there on the floor today.
Yeah. Zach, seen anything that
I would echo that. When I'm catching up with our portfolio companies that are represented here, they've been speaking both about customer interest, but also a lot of partnership interest. And I think we're getting to this point in the maturity of the space where folks are, starting to specialize a little bit and figure out what part of the value chain that they might have been originally targeting they really want to play in, and figure out who might complement them and how they can work together a little more than they might have a couple of years ago. And I think this is a really nice forum to do that.
Yeah. I think there are no shortage of opportunities, for collaboration, integration of some of these technologies, both from the larger firms and, even collaboration among some of the smaller firms where the, 1 and 1 could equal 3. Yeah. So let's chat a little bit about, what you're seeing, in terms of trends in the industry.
Sure, I'm happy to kick off.
Technical difficulties.
I think, one thing that's certainly true that I'm sure we've all seen is there's been an absolute decline in the number of deals and dollars going into prop tech and real estate tech, but I think there's more nuance to the story than that. I think that there's been an increase in investments in sustainability in the industry. And I also think there's been, as we all see, decline in office, there's also been an increase in other types of assets like data centers. So a lot of our capital comes from large GCs, domestic and abroad, who are seeing $1 billion, sometimes $2 billion, $3 billion data center projects come online. With that, their industry shifts, and instead of assembling on site with bulk materials, they're now putting 40% of that budget towards buying really complicated pieces of technology and installing them and thinking about interconnection and phasing and sequencing. And I highlight that to say that it opens up an opportunity for companies that are innovating around supply chain and workflow improvements. And so we're seeing that sort of change the industry on the construction side. And then, as I said, in the real estate side, just a lot more conversation around sustainability.
Yep. What do you think?
I mean, look, the hot topic, everyone talks about AI. I think that that is a core infrastructure that's going to exist across all verticals, not just within prop tech. And you mentioned that deals are declining. I think that one thing I will say is that in the last few months, I'm starting to see it coming back in a lot of positive ways. The last 18 months, 2 years, frankly, there's been a lot of money going in that maybe shouldn't have. And so I think it's a very positive thing for the overall ecosystem, because the best companies are going to survive, the best companies are going to thrive, and they're going to continue to grow. And so from our perspective, we're very excited about, the focus that, honestly, the trials and tribulations of the last 18 months have forced upon the startup community, including our portfolio. And now I think there's a great opportunity to invest. So I actually am excited. The trend is going in this direction again. Because there's a general understanding that unit economics and adapting to the current environment is important.
Can I just quickly build on that?
Yeah. No, I was thinking something too. Go ahead.
Just to say that, in the kind of frothier market of 2021, I think you had a lot of tourist investors who were focused on the space. And a lot of those investments were in fintech kind of solutions, whether it's sort of for mortgage underwriting or brokerage listings. And in a rising rate environment, a lot of those companies folded.
That was the post-pandemic surge. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I would say if you zoom out, we are fortunate in a lot of ways as an industry that prop tech was able to grow up in a much looser capital environment. And that brought a lot of ideas to market. Those ideas and those companies have gotten winnowed out, and they've had to harden and really solidify their ROI propositions. But you wouldn't have nearly the vendor set that you have today if you'd had a tighter capital market, between 2015 and 2021, right? And so today, we've had to wait for a couple of years as that heat came off the industry, but now we're seeing companies that are survivors that have really solidified a clear value proposition, established a good growth trajectory that's much more sustainable. A lot of them are represented here today. And then you also now have a new generation, as the market's reset and cooled off for a while, of new entrepreneurs that are coming out, filling new gaps and riding new technology waves. That's really exciting. And that's
really
exciting. A lot of new,
I've seen some
new
good
ideas
stuff.
to fund the market.
Yep. Just curious. I mean, what's You got a lot of investors that got burned. We all did over the last few years. What are investors asking for right now?
We're hearing a lot of demand from some of our LPs for solutions that will enable, I think, procurement insight, like spend insight. We're also hearing a real need for tools that help them manage their labor pool. I think those are two kind of pain points that we're hearing. But I'll open it up to the rest of the panel.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have a really clear ROI prop. I mean, that's fairly high level and generic, but you cannot come in selling the promise of something.
Well, when capital's tight, you got to have ROI.
Can't be a nice to have.
Can't be a nice to have.
Has to be a need to have. Has to be something that's very clear, low hanging fruit.
Yeah,
and needs that
easily
near-term
definable
payback.
and easily articulated, easily definable.
Yeah. Or you're selling something that's going to future-proof someone's business, right?
I'm sorry?
You're going to sell something that's going to future-proof someone's business. That's a smaller number of companies, but they do exist.
And there's a lot of industries that are being developed off of what we've seen in terms of boom. So if you take AI, it's very easy to focus on AI, but there's a lot of various things. You mentioned data centers, right? There's within our specific environment, the amount of infrastructure and technology that's going to be dedicated towards the development of and the need for data centers, the energy that's going to be required in order to bring these data centers up up to speed. So there, you could really, once you look, we always have to look at like, oh, look at all the cool, flashy products, AI, sustainability, but ultimately what we have to look at is the infrastructure under that's going to power this entire trend.
All the secondary and tertiary additional effects, Well, that's obviously huge. That's huge, and it also is not without challenges, of course.
100%.
Yeah.
But I mean, the pain always happens first in our industry. The success happens last. And so I think it's a very difficult thing for people to sometimes stomach is the fact that in venture, it's a long play. We're investing in not 2 years, we're investing in 10, 15 years. And unfortunately, the ones that don't succeed happen within the first 2 or 3 years, and it can often look really bad. But if you take a step back and look at the bigger picture, you have, let's say you have 100 companies and 60 of them fail in the first 3 years. You're like, oh my God, what a disaster. But those 40 might be the biggest game-changing deals, and frankly, it's probably more like 15 of those if we're lucky. So.
Yeah, and I think that those challenges kind of they kind of incentivize our innovators to take a longer view of what solutions, what problems they're trying to, instead of a single point solution problem that's not scalable. Taking a harder look at what are the secondary and tertiary steps that are going to come after that, play a longer game. And I think they're coming out. I'm seeing much more intelligent solutions.
Yeah, ultimately, a lot of point solutions are going to eventually come together to create more of a platform approach where we can actually have a lot more integration ahead of time rather than having to pull together
you start with interoperability and open, as your beginning point, rather than having to butt your head against it later on. Yeah.
And I think, to your question about what our investors are asking, we have to, as investors, balance, this identifying opportunities that are really solving a problem in the next couple quarters that they can easily articulate to their, CEO, with solutions like a Yardi that could eventually have the, whole industry and have an audacious goal that isn't realized really quickly, right, early in their life. So.
Yep. So I think we're out of time, gentlemen.
Fantastic.
This is a great conversation. I really thank you, and I thank you all for, coming, participating, bringing your portfolio companies, and supporting our efforts to try to get those portfolio companies better connected with the community for a couple of reasons. Because we have folks out here that might be interested in partnering or investing, but also I think it's important for them to, to talk to their community of end users and understand some of the other companies out there in the market so they can better bring those conversations and those insights back into their own products. So again, thank you.
Thank you for having us.
I think it's a wrap.
Great to see you.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology, it's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration, it's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
Virtuoso.
Virtuoso, how many leads have we received for Unit 100A?
Virtuoso, how much availability do we have in the Seattle market?
Virtuoso, what is the net effective rent of the Fading X deal?
Virtuoso, who are the top 10 expiring tenants in the next 90 days?
Virtuoso, create an emergency work order for the broken elevator.
Virtuoso, give me a list of all approved capital projects in 2025.
Virtuoso, send me a list of all the tenants with past due accounts receivable.
resource scarcity, and shifting are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
And we're back at Realcomm Live at the 2024 Realcomm IBCon conference here in Tampa. And with me is Mark Peacock, Vice President, VP, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer with LinkSpring.
Thanks, Lisa. Great to be here. Another outstanding Realcomm event. Each year it gets bigger, better. And what I noticed this time around was brand new technologies, as well as different types of folks who are attending and things like that. So I think we see progression in our industry, and Realcomm's right at the heart of it. So thank you guys for, again, another fabulous event.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Well, LinkSpring has been with us on this journey for a long time. You have been a big supporter, and not just a supporter, but a partner of us, and we greatly appreciate that. We appreciate your support of the conferences and all the other things that you do, but also your intellectual property, your collaboration, and all the ways in which you support the community is a huge thing, and I think that you are definitely one of the thought leaders that we look to when we're looking at what is the industry doing, what are the trends in the industry, what do you see, and that kind of leads into the first question. Is lots of technology out there. We've got a lot of new faces on the exhibit floor this year. What do you see happening in terms of digital transformation, the digitization of buildings? What are you seeing the environment? What does it look like for you right now?
Well, first, I think you got to look at the whole conversation has changed. And you cannot have a conversation in the built environment today without talking about digitalization, connectivity, data, AI, and things like that. So I think that's the first and foremost. Second is, I think, both on the owner-operator side as well as the occupant side, there are new expectations that we want the buildings to do. And I think digitalization, obviously technology, is right at the heart of it. So I like to say that I've been in this business for a long time. I've never seen how quickly the industry is transforming and moving along to really embrace digitalization.
Right. You know, I've said this a couple of times to different folks, and I want to get your take on it. I think we're moving from a situation where a lot of it is technology looking for a problem to having problems, and what technology do we use to solve that? What do you think?
I couldn't agree more. And as I look at it is that up until the last couple of years, technology, to your point, has driven the adoption of smart building technology, but is now it's a business case that there are business problems to solve, whether or not it is from the true OT side, but more importantly, our buildings house businesses, and our businesses are affected if we don't have the proper operations, the climate within the buildings, so forth and so on. So it's now I've seen it more of a business approach in addition to the technology approach.
What do you think is the biggest change in buildings, say from 5 years ago, 5, 6 years ago?
I would say connectivity is number one, data is number two. And think about it, 5 years ago, we kind of touched on data, but let's look at the conference. How many times did we hear data and the importance of data?
Big data.
Remember those?
Big data.
Big data. And now big data, do we see that? No, it's smart data. It's that right data. So, but I think it's really all about the data. And I use this phrase that data has become more valuable than the devices and the systems that actually operate our buildings. So
I could definitely see that. Now, do you think that it is because we have the data now and we didn't before? I don't really think that's the case, because I think that the data was there.
Right.
Do you think building owners are actually using the data that they have, or they're because data is really kind of worthless without some kind of meaning behind it? Do you think we're doing a better job on
we
the
are
data side?
doing a better job, but do I think we've reached that ultimate plateau? No. It's like everything else, like the industries. Data is a journey. There's no question about it. We're getting better, and we've got better technologies, better thoughts, and things like that in and around how to use that data. And we're getting there.
Right.
We're getting there.
Right. So you mentioned something to me about new protocols. There are some newer protocols, IP, MQTT, and LoRaWAN. Talk to me a little bit about that and how that's changed the landscape.
Well, I think the way it's changed the landscape, it has allowed us to be able to do more. As a technology manufacturer, it has really opened up a whole new level to enhance the more traditional protocols that we've been using for many, many years, and has opened up that door. And, you know, I look at it as the easier, the more secure we can make all of this technology that runs our buildings is better for all of us, ultimately for the owner, the operator, and the occupants as well.
Right. Well, and the most, and of course that leads into the topic of AI.
Right.
So AI is completely dependent upon the data.
Sure.
And so, you know, we've had AI across the conference, the Buildings AI Symposium on Wednesday, talking about, you know, AI has probably been spoken at least once in every single session that has been across the conference, and with good reason.
Sure.
What do you think? And let's not forget the theme of the conference is beyond the hype.
Right.
Let's get beyond the BS. Let's talk real.
Okay.
Let's do the real talk.
Let's talk,
Let's
Lisa.
just talk.
Okay.
So what is your, you know, what are your thoughts about, you know, AI and how it's going to impact the real estate industry? And I know there's going to be a significant impact across the board, but what do you think about AI and everything that's going on with it right now?
I would agree. One, it is going to impact for sure. I think there's a lot we don't know yet, a lot we are still uncovering. And we're going to have to do that as AI advances. I know we, as an company, we are supporting AI, especially at the device level, where we're going to make devices AI ready for AI applications. But again, I think we don't want to jump in and think we know it all with AI. We don't. And it's almost, you know, people, it's like the next shiny thing. Oh, I want to get that or whatever, and you get it, and it doesn't perform, and then you get discouraged. Oh, AI doesn't work. So let's just be conservative, and I worry about, as it advances, questions such as legal ramifications of AI. Also, that ultimately, if something does go wrong from an AI application, who is responsible for that? So I think we've got to figure that all out as we advance the use of AI.
Right. Well, and the conversation of AI and around AI leads you to cybersecurity as well, which we haven't touched on in this conversation, but certainly is a big topic here as well, with cybersecurity forum that we had also on Wednesday. We had a lot of people in the room. So my final question, because we only have a couple more minutes, but is around cybersecurity. Do you think things have changed? Do you think building owners are taking cybersecurity more seriously? Do you think they're actually taking those steps to really secure their assets? What do you think about that?
I think, one, as far as awareness, the importance from cybersecurity related to buildings, especially OT side of the house, there's a lot of awareness, and I don't think there's anybody who does not know that cyber is critical. You have to do something about it. Do the best you can. I think we've supported it with great solutions out there, great technology, but I wish we could be the community would adopt more cybersecurity efforts on their part. I don't think we're there yet. I still, when I talk to people, you know, out of thought, out of sight, out of mind, you know, whatever. And, you know, you remember this, a easy way to remember it is we all drive cars. We all pay insurance. We all scream internally, I got to pay that insurance bill again this year or this month or whatever. But you don't use it, but when you need it, you have it. And same kind of thing related to the built environment.
It's all good till it's not.
Exactly.
Well, I think we've run out of time. It was great having you here. Thank you for coming in and joining me for a few minutes. And hopefully we can have you back next Realcomm and talk a little bit further and see where the industry has gone and what new things are happening.
Look forward. And again, thank you to you, the whole Realcomm organization, for a fabulous event yet again.
Well,
so thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, we will be back in just a few minutes. Thank you for hanging with us. We'll be back in a bit. Virtuoso.
Virtuoso, how many leads have we received for Unit 100A?
Virtuoso, how much availability do we have in the Seattle market?
Virtuoso, what is the net effective rent of the fading deal?
Virtuoso, who are the top 10 expiring tenants in the next 90 days.
Virtuoso, create an emergency work order for the broken elevator.
Virtuoso, give me a list of all approved capital projects in 2025.
Virtuoso, send me a list of all the tenants with past due accounts received.
So still managing director, North America at work? Yep, that's it. Managing director, North America at work. All right. We're not going to have any problem.
No, I got more than that. So yeah, I got to siphon it down. No, it's fine. But but yes, I will if I need to.
Yeah.
Do I just look at her mainly, or do I need to look up that way, look out? Yeah. Okay. Did I take off my? I did take everything off. We're good.
Yeah. And we're back at Realcomm Live here in Tampa for the 2024 Realcomm IBCon Conference. Here with me is Russell Smith, Managing Director, North America at Work for MRI Software. Hey, Russell.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's good to be back. And it's, first of all, let me just say thank you for having me and MRI Software today. And then also, I wanted to also congratulate you guys for 26 years.
26
doing
years.
it big here in Tampa.
Yeah, well, thank you. I'm glad that we could talk. You and I talked for the first time last year when we were in Vegas, had a really good conversation. You had just come on board, I think, with MRI at the time. So how's the last year been?
Last year's been really exciting. We've taken a big move into our North America at Work business. As you know, I'm the North America at Work managing director. So what I do there is we basically are jumping in pretty heavily on trying to just expand that business. One of the things from then till now that we've done is we've gone ahead and expanded our focus on retail. And when you think about retail, we have a at-work retail business that focuses on our on location, which was formerly Springboard. Last time we talked, it was Springboard.
Okay.
We've changed that name to our MRI on location, and it's been pretty exciting there.
Good.
And then there's been other things that have happened, but I'll go into that a little more.
Well, tell me a little bit about. I know MRI is very much client centric.
Yes.
You guys have a reputation for really listening to your clients. You do a survey where you're really getting their thoughts and feelings, and you work very closely with your clients in their challenging situations and partner with them. What are you hearing from your clients about what their challenges are, and are there anything specific? Are you seeing any trends in terms of what real estate clients are experiencing?
Yeah, I think one of the things it's a theme that's been here as well, which is around AI and artificial intelligence. But one of those themes are, hey, the industry is going through a lot right now, and they want to have more touches and service and focus on where we're going, what kind of technologies we're going to be deploying, what new technologies, and the R&D investments that we're making to ensure that they're going to be along with that change.
Right.
And that's something that we're doing. We're doing that not only with AI. You probably heard a little earlier today, we had one of our AI leaders come and talk, and they spoke a lot about where we're headed and the client engagement. We currently are already engaging in some of the AI activity by leveraging our MCI tool, which is called our contract intelligence tool.
Right.
So we're already doing lease abstraction from some of the leases that many of the clients are asking for. And then the on-location activity, even at our booth today, we have cameras that are already tracking everything that's come through, even at this center here. But we do that actually in the field with every one of our, we're trying to do that with most of our clients that we have in our retail and office environment. So staying grounded on the new investments in AI is big.
Well, I can tell you that your booth looks fantastic. I was talking to Angie yesterday, and it is just cutting edge and fresh and with a new design, and you can tell that you're really putting a lot of thought into everything that you do.
Yes.
So all of the design, and I can imagine if you do that with with something like your exhibit, that carries over and is just sort of the tip of the iceberg in terms of what you guys are doing for your clients and really digging into the productivity and efficiency and all of those client conversations that you're having. Well, one of the things that's very interesting to me is like I mentioned, you've been with MRI for about 2 years, and you were not in this industry, correct,
Right.
before you came to MRI?
Yes and no. I'm 30 years with brokerage. I've been a commercial broker for 30 years, but I was a SaaS executive and leader in healthcare.
Okay.
And I also have worked in M&A directly. And as you know, we at MRI not only are developers of software, but we also acquire businesses. And then we've also have an extensive partnership ecosystem. And all of that is to make sure that when a client or of any type comes into our house, if you will, they are able to get the end-to-end activity around our open and connected solutions that we offer.
Well, what was your impression coming from healthcare? What was your impression of the commercial real estate industry? Because those are, there obviously some overlap and some, some synergy there, but vastly different.
Vastly different,
industries.
but one of the key connectors was healthcare is one of those industries that was one of the last to take on some of the technology innovations that were needed. Banking, then some others, and then healthcare. And then what I also saw was there was some connectivity between that and real estate, because real estate is still taking on some challenges with innovating around some of the SaaS some of the services, and then all the connectivity around making everything plug and play. And that is why I believe MRI was a great place to come to, because it also has an open and connected system, and it has a platform called MRI Agora that allows for us to have a flexible network.
Right. What is it that you think, and I think you have a very interesting perspective just because you have such a background. What do you think it is about MRI that makes it such a leader? Because MRI is one of those thought leaders, one of those partners in the industry, been around a long time. What do you think it is in particular that makes MRI have such a role?
First of all, it's a great question. I think and it's also great because of my coming in from where my vantage point. I think first and foremost, MRI is a pioneer in the real estate industry, and I think that comes from having been in this business for 53 years, and that 53 years is not just commercial. It's not just residential. It's also corporate real estate, which is critical, right? That's our occupier business. So we have a full breadth of solutions that we've been able to develop, acquire, or partner to create this unique pioneer environment, if you will, for 53 years. I think when you couple that with an open and connected, framework, I think it just becomes a place that answers a lot of different questions in any setting that we're in for our clients. So I very happy that I made this journey, and it's been exciting, and we're continuing to grow and expand this business.
Good. Well, we only have a couple more minutes, and my last question would just be in terms of looking forward. What do you think are going to be some of those big trends? I mean, through the rest of the year and maybe first, second quarter of 2025, do you see anything big coming down the pike? What do those trends look like? What do you think?
Yeah, there's a few, but I'm going to go off, and I don't want to sound terribly redundant because I think we heard this a lot this week, but it's really right in our face, and it is AI. Right. It is artificial intelligence. That is the short answer, but if I were to expand on that, some of us have looked at it, we don't look at it as, but some of us look at it as a disruptor. But it really should be an opportunity for everyone. It has definitely allowed us to go deeper into our R&D or research and development. And I think a previous person that was up here, I was listening, mentioned that we not only need to be in front of it, but we also need to be investing for the future and actively playing a role. And that's something that we're doing right now. So I think AI is still the leader here. Okay. There are some other industry trends that we're seeing that some of it is out of scope, but I think if we keep playing ball the way we're doing it and we keep investing in those new opportunities, and we also listen to our clients, I think that's pretty critical. And that's something that we've taken a big effort on for client engagement and focus for the path forward.
Right. Well, I think there are a lot of questions. And of course, like I mentioned before in one of my previous conversations, the whole theme of the conference is beyond the hype.
Yes.
Let's get beyond the BS and really let's talk about the practical applications and be cautious about not getting ahead of our skis.
Yeah.
And really helping people to understand what is going on with it. And I know your clients are having a lot of questions, a lot of conversations, and having a partner like MRI that can bounce ideas off of them and help them navigate those waters is critically important.
Yes, it's been really good, and we are pushing. We even this year we decided that it was important to implement a client advisory council, and it actually has been enlightening for us to see, hear, and get feedback from our clients on the different activities that they have in play.
Right.
And that innovation and the technology that we're bringing just has been wonderful as a collection of thoughts.
Right. Great. Well, unfortunately, we are out of time. I told you that the 10 minutes was going to go by really fast, and we probably would have a lot more to talk about, but it was a pleasure having you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Seeing you again.
Yeah, and I will see you soon. I know we will.
Well, I'm hoping I'm going to talk to you again before another year goes by.
I know.
But please come back next year and let's pick up where we left off and see what's going on in 2025.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Russell.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm and adapt to ensure readiness for constant business transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's digital twins platform, envision workplaces that not only thrive on innovation, but also prioritize enhanced health and safety, space management, robust physical security assurance, and eco-friendly initiatives, making Verbrix an all-encompassing solution for modern workplaces. Are you poised for the next era of workplace innovation? Discover the future with Verbrix.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology. It's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration. It's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
Virtuoso, how many leads have we received for Unit 100A?
Virtuoso, how much availability do we have in the Seattle market?
Virtuoso, what is the net effective rent of the fading deal?
Virtuoso, who are the top 10 expiring tenants in the next 90 days.
Virtuoso, create an emergency work order for the broken elevator.
Virtuoso, give me a list of all approved capital projects in 2024.
Virtuoso, send me a list of all the tenants with past due accounts received.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen. It is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atrius is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're breathing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atrius.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm, aiming to optimize and adapt to ensure readiness for constant business. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's digital twins platform, envision workplaces that not only thrive on innovation, but also prioritize enhanced health and safety, space management, robust physical security assurance, and eco-friendly initiatives, making Verbrix an all-encompassing solution for modern workplaces. Are you poised for the next era of workplace innovation? Discover the future with Verbrix.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology. It's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration. It's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
Virtuoso.
Virtuoso, how many leads have we received for Unit 100A?
Virtuoso, how much availability do we have in the Seattle market?
Virtuoso, what is the net effective rent of the FedEx deal?
Virtuoso, who are the top 10 expiring tenants in the next 90 days.
Virtuoso, create an emergency work order for the broken elevator.
Virtuoso, give me a list of all approved capital projects in 2024.
Virtuoso, send me a list of all the tenants with past due accounts receivable.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Hello, I'm glad to be here at Realcomm and I get a chance to talk to you. So glad to have a chance to talk one-to-one. So AK, why don't you start by introducing yourself?
Thank you, Carol. My name is AK, it's short for Akram Callis. I am the CEO and co-founder of MHT Technologies.
Great. So let's get started with respect to what is the current landscape. I mean, we all know we're hearing buzzwords about AI. We are hearing a lot about integration of smart technologies into buildings. So what does AI bring and what does that mean in terms of where we're coming from and where we're headed?
Absolutely. So when we take a look at the smart building technology and how the smart building landscape has been, it's really been siloed. So we have intelligent systems that are connected to each other, but really don't talk to each other. They're all different silos when it comes to electrical, mechanical, even HVAC systems. They could be the best systems implemented, but really they don't implement and talk to each other.
Yeah. So that's not an easy thing to deal with, and there's a tension between the benefits of having your own thing and the benefits of getting to scale, right? So PoE, your technology is based on PoE, is one of those communication systems that speaks to many or most, right?
Absolutely.
So I think of PoE as, in North America, you could say English. Yeah, it's a language.
Right.
And so there's this commonality of language, but then how it actually meets the opportunities in AI and the use cases is really what I think a lot of people are trying to understand. So, what is the role of PoE and how does that relate to other technologies that are going to be coming into the building space?
Absolutely. So when it comes to all these technologies connected into the platforms, we see that the technology of Power over Ethernet is the backbone of all the systems. So connecting an endpoint and giving it power and collecting the data back from it, it's really an important aspect of deploying smart buildings. And AI is really about data collections. Without any data, AI can't really do much for us. And if we want to take an occupant's experience or optimize energy, we need to understand how the space is doing first, and then we can create that optimization down the road to more buildings. With Power over Ethernet or other technologies such as DALI 2.0, DALI Plus, of course, Fault Managed Power or FMP, these are technologies that you can collect together, enhance the occupant space of the space, and of course, create an optimized energy building.
Right, right. So you see PoE being a common language can also connect to other common languages.
Absolutely.
Right, as part of the deal, and then roll it up into analytics. And the fact that PoE is very familiar to people in terms of the infrastructure and how to get it installed and all that sort of thing helps a lot. This is not an easy transition that we're talking about here, and I think everybody knows that. How would you characterize the challenges and the benefits, right? Starting with the benefits, what do you think are the reasons why people would want to be doing this?
So the benefits are absolutely enormous when it comes to smart building technology over Power over Ethernet. One is the flexibility, ease of use or ease of installation. It's very easy to install a low voltage cable or a low voltage category cable downstream. And of course, it comes with energy savings, occupant enhancing the occupancy. The challenges, however, I think it's standards have been very difficult, to use the right word, is really to adopt these type of technology. And it's really going to come from the owners and the owners reps to understand that that's just what they're looking for. This is how the building is evolving. We've been in technology for 100 plus years, but we look at our building legacy system is really still using the old technologies or using technologies that might be obsolete at this point. Some of the challenges is going to be interoperabilities, how we connect different systems together. At the end of the day, as an owner or an owner operator, you want to know that you want a system that can scale with you. When I build the building or I build multiple buildings, I'm looking for 100 plus year technology. I'm not looking for 5 year or 6 year technology. So we need the adaptation of these standards to create that comfort level so we can go to scale, and we can implement these at a much higher volume.
Yeah, I think it's difficult for people to understand what that really means in terms of, forward and backward, right? So, what is backwards compatible, what is going to be future compatible, and how do you actually assess that, right? And so, in terms of what you bring to the technology, how do you see that being a strong play in terms of going forward? Like, what is it that you're doing that's going to help make it happen in the future as well?
Exactly. So I think when it comes to MHT, we look at two different aspects. One is cybersecurity and standardization with software, and of course, edge computing. So to me, I think the edge computing aspect of the technology is critical. When we look at a smart building, there's areas where it's less mission critical, and there's others where it's mission critical. I look at lighting and elevator banks; those are mission criticals. I can't rely on a server out in a data center or in the cloud in order for me to operate my lighting platform or my elevator bank. That would be almost catastrophic. So what we do is we take all that information and do edge computing on the system, take the information upstream to the server to do analytics for multiple floors, multiple buildings, multiple headquarters. But it's really about creating that localized environment, keeping in mind security, and of course optimizing the energy while we're doing it on-prem. And that's really what's about. It's peer-to-peer communication on edge to create that edge computing aspect.
Yeah. So give an example of edge computing. You've talked about the specific types of building systems where that's necessary from a mission critical standpoint. But how does it actually work, right? For somebody who maybe doesn't understand what edge computing really means, give us an example of what happens with edge computing. Of course, like me being a lighting person, right? Lighting would be a great example.
Absolutely, yeah. So I think when we look at sensors and sensor feedbacks localized into the space, edge computing just means that if I take this information and I convert it into an occupancy or vacancy mode,
Yep.
I can have multiple devices talk to each other. That could be your lighting control driver all the way to your HVAC system, to the security badging system, and your AV. If there is a rule inside of that room, that means that room has its own cybersecurity or its own VLAN. And on top of that, if these devices can communicate with each other, create the same analytics or decisions on-prem, rather than sending this information upstream all the way to a server to do it and then send it right back down.
Right. So there's the time that it takes to go back and forth and the risk associated with having the decisions further away.
Absolutely.
Is part of what needs to happen. What about the other way of doing it? Meaning that what if you have an area that's either not mission critical or where you don't have a certain subtlety that's necessary with the edge decisions?
There I can see centralized deployments or centralized server deployments is probably the best way to do it. When it comes to farming the data for either occupancy or movement or even like streaming and access controls, that data is, to your point, is not mission critical, which means that I can take it up to a data center where I can afford to do compute, and then of course I can take back those decisions for later in time.
Yeah. I think the balance is a really good way to think about it.
Absolutely.
The comparison for me is that if you have a lighting situation where you really, really need to make sure that the profiles in terms of the dimming behaviors or meeting code or daylighting are an aesthetically critical thing, that you want to make sure that those behaviors and those profiles, the way that the lighting moves and what it looks like and how it performs, in some cases is very nuanced, in some cases is very general. Right? And so when it's general, you have the opportunity to not have as much equipment, but when it's really critical to the goals, you have the ability to have it being closer, right? So closer to the decision making, yeah.
Absolutely.
Sensors, that's one of the things that's extremely important with AI and analytics and everything else, right? And everybody, there are many, many different types of sensors, and many, in the same that we were just talking about the density of decision making, right? And where that's managed. In the same way, sensors all have different capabilities. You can have your PIR, you can have your CO2, you can, there's so many different things that can go on. How do you relate to the different types of sensor technologies in terms of your own technology, and how does that relate to the customer base? Like, how do you have that conversation about what types of sensors to use to meet the goals?
Absolutely. So I think when it comes to Power over Ethernet technologies, to me, it's the backbone of how we send this data upstream to be analyzed. But really, what's important is that edge point, that edge computing point, that take this information and do low voltage information. We partner with third-party sensors, and that range is very wide. It starts to your point where just a daylight sensor or a PIR sensor, all the way to a VOC and environmentals, and people counting in between, et cetera. All these sensors really depend on the customer's journey and the customer story. A boardroom sensor array might be different than the office array, maybe different than the hallway array. And that's really the advantage of having a low voltage industry, because the sensor industry operates mainly 99.9% on low voltage, and it's going to operate that way for going forward.
Right.
And the ability to take that information, using our devices, our node, taking that information, computing it on edge, and sending that data back upstream to the building, it's very critical.
Yeah. Last but definitely not least, DC to DC. This is one of those things that's been discussed for a very long time. In my experience, when somebody brings up DC to DC instead of AC power, the thought is, oh, when is that ever going to happen? Really, you're just dreaming, right? And now, with decarbonization, reduction in emissions, net zero, everything that's going on, what's different about today in terms of DC technologies and how POE plays into that?
Absolutely. So the ability to take DC input is not new to the industry. We did it in batteries, we did it in UPSs, and we invert it right back to AC. But we're doing different, and that helps with data aggregation and really the data information or sustainability story is, if I have renewable on edge and I have compute on edge, and this is where the node excels at it, and our devices would do that, they'll take renewable from the edge. We call it renewable on demand. So if I have a film that generates solar, or using solar generates energy, instead of me taking that energy and taking it back to an ESS system, an energy storage system out somewhere in the IDFs or MDF, I'd rather take that energy right into a node, and I can drive a load with it, whether that load is a light, a shade, etc. And I can use it on demand. When it's available, I'll be able to use it without using any energy storage or whatsoever. And I'll be able to compensate using software what type of energy I want.
Yep. That's fascinating. That's fascinating. This is an endless experience of exploration here that we're at right now. It's been an absolute pleasure to talk with you, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys are doing next and how the whole area of low voltage technologies and what that means to the environment, decarbonization, what that looks like. It's a great time to be in these innovations.
It's been an absolute pleasure.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atrius is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're breathing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atrius.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm, aiming to ensure readiness for constant business transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's digital twins platform, envision workplaces that not only thrive on innovation, but also prioritize enhanced health and safety, space management, robust physical security assurance, and eco-friendly initiatives, making Verbrix an all-encompassing solution for modern workplaces. Are you poised for the next era of workplace innovation? Discover the future with Verbrix.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology. It's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize a process. It's not just AI integration. It's about deploying intelligence wisely. Activate your world.
All right, welcome back to Realcomm Live. We still got a few people hanging out on that exhibit floor. It's always amazing. We started on Tuesday. So what's today, Friday? Tuesday golf
I think
tournament.
it's Friday.
Yeah,
Not sure,
I'm not
is
sure. Tuesday golf tours, VIP event. Pre-con is now busier than day one. It was like the cyber forum. I mean, and then day one, yesterday, general session, and here we are. I can't keep up. I don't know if you guys can keep up, but this is probably one of my favorite topics that nobody really understands. Okay. So before I give you my little perspective, just introduce yourself for the camera, for the audience, a little background on why this is important to you, and then I'm going to throw some crazy questions at you, and we're going to beat up the industry and have some fun.
All right.
Start. I'm Steve Woods with Gensler. I'm a technology director there and a part of the strategy and research team. And so we've invested an enormous amount of energy and thinking into the conversation of hybrid. So excited to be part of this conversation.
And you work with Greg?
I do.
Awesome. Okay.
So I'm Kay Sargent. I'm the Global Director of Thought Leadership for HOK's Interiors Group. I work with our big corporate clients all around the world that have millions of square feet of real estate and want to know what's happening and what's coming. So we try to do a lot of future casting and kind of understanding what's going to impact them so that we can advise them wisely.
Arjun.
And I'm Arjun Kaker. I am co-head of analytics and insights at Zahardin Architects, also name of my team is ZH AI. And we are increasingly working with AI to really understand occupiers, users, clients' needs in workplaces and also across many other categories of building type.
So just for context for anybody watching, these are the 3 most extraordinary architectural firms on the planet Earth. Fair?
I agree.
We think so.
Dubai,
Absolutely.
Dubai, Singapore, Shanghai, New York. I mean, you have risen some of the most iconic projects in the world. So let's start with that. And thank you for sticking with this community and bringing your industry to the conversation. Because as you know, I have been trying to work with the architectural industry for going on 20 years.
Yeah.
And have offered our conversations to be interjected into your industry's conversations with not much success. So thank you for hanging with us and not giving up, okay?
I think that's going to change real quick, Jim.
Okay.
Because our world is being rocked right now. I think it's been being rocked, but I think we're at an inflection point where this is absolutely going to change our industry, and we either need to
Well,
be
if we
on
would
that
have
train or
had a
not.
little innovation hub in the middle of your industry's events,
Yeah.
they wouldn't be where they are today. We would have gradually over the last 20 years been talking about this at a technical level that led to this change.
Yeah.
It is what it is, but just keep us surprised. I mean, I had major organizations here today, and I've been saying the same thing to them. It's time for a super fast, accelerated collaboration because this stuff is not slowing down. It's going to give you 5x. So the context of this conversation, we've had all sorts of different people up here talking about wireless and all the things that ultimately impact an experience that somebody has in a building. But this whole idea of flex, hybrid, immersive, not a lot of people understand, right? So for the last 50 years, we've been designing iconic buildings projects, what I call single purpose. That's a mall, that's retail. It's open from 10 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, and it's 7,000 square feet, and that's an apartment building, and that's an office. And
Very siloed.
Huh?
Very siloed.
We have single purpose.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we got the mixed use where, okay, we got retail here, but this is still only used at this time. And now we got office buildings around the world who were designed for a single purpose 50 years ago, based upon Henry Ford's concept of drive here to work, drive here to play, drive here to school. And the pandemic woke everybody up and said, I guess I can go to school and I can shop. And yet everybody, it seems to me, is still waiting to get back to the normal. And a lot of people don't understand that that's gone.
Yeah.
But yet we have all these buildings. So if we can just go start with Arjun, come this way. What do you think is a flex, hybrid, immersive, next generation space? What is that?
Well, I think the first thing is it's exactly what you're saying the problem was before, of having these single-use, single-purpose buildings. The future of not just the workplace, but all building types really, is adaptable and flexible. And that is adaptable and flexible on many, many different layers. That's adaptable and flexible that day. That's adaptable and flexible that month, that year, and in 5 years' time. So what I mean by that is, you have, for instance, you have coffee shops that are only open between 9 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon, and then next door there's a bar that's
opens
open
at
from
4.
4 until 11, and then there's a nightclub that's open, and so you've got these three spaces when you could have one. You have a cinema next to a theatre, next to something else, next to someone's auditorium for their business. They could all be using the same space. You have
I
office
swear you're the
lobbies.
only 3 architects in the world who understand this. You
have
three are
office
four,
lobbies,
Greg.
office lobbies that no one's in any of the day. They just got to scurry through as quickly as they can. All this space that's been wasted, all this building material that's been wasted, creating new spaces that are not flexible and adaptable, all the energy being wasted. And so I think creating spaces that can be adaptable all the time, but also adaptable at the other scale in 5 years, 10 years' time, because we don't know what the future's going to be.
Well,
We're building office
you
buildings.
just hit a nerve, right?
Yeah.
So our peers, people who put on events, who aren't focused on this, for what we just did in the last 3 days, would get 3 different rooms, real estate. They'd have to build 3 screens, and their utilization would be 30%. We took this room right here when that wall was divided, and this exact stage we're sitting on has evolved over the last 3 days with a click of a mouse. The background changes, the furniture changes, the lights change, the walls open, and we have functionally used this square footage at 110% at a significant reduction of cost.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I'm going to jump in and say that this is different depending on where you are in the world. So, and part of this is becoming a North American problem, because in North America, most of our cities are less than 150, maybe 200 years old. In Europe, these cities evolved over hundreds of years, and you had all those things integrated, where a lot of the things in North America were designed as central business districts, and you went home and lived in the suburbs, right? So we we have that commute, and we have these central business districts that 20 years ago.
Europe had it right.
Right, and so we need to morph that into the social business district. And anybody, India, looking at you, who is massively building right now needs to take this approach that we need to create destinations and precincts and that social business district.
Well, why do you think we chose Tampa?
Yeah, it's a great example.
We get to go where we want to go, and we always try to go to cities that are innovative. And this city has so figured it out, okay? From the standpoint of 5 hotels facing the convention center, along the river, with a walkway for your walk in the morning, with the Water Street Tampa Digital District. Why? And they were on the general session. He said that they're one of the only cities in the country that is blowing up right now. It's expanding, while all these other urban areas.
Well, that's also because there's a massive migration south.
Right, but that is fair. But they've done some really good things that took strategic planning and decisions to make this all come together.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that we talk about immersive, and there's a tendency to believe that that needs to be done through technology, through AR or VR applications or screens. But really, when we talk about immersive, we can really create a compelling sense of place.
Absolutely.
And Tampa is that. It's an extraordinary place. We want to be here. And so when we think about hybrid, we can layer on the ability for people who aren't in the space to enjoy and take advantage of the dynamic that's in the room.
So I got to pick up on that, because Steve, I think you hit on something really important. If you look at science fiction usually gets the technology part right. Okay, where we totally miss is the social elements. And by the way, there is a massive societal shift going on that we're not talking about that is really fueling and driving far more of this than we are actually acknowledging. And we can talk for hours about that later. But the more high tech we go, as humans, we want balance.
Absolutely.
And so the more high tech, the more high touch. All of a sudden, there's this massive maker movement that's more organic. We want to be in person. We want to connect. And so we seek that balance. And places that seek that balance are going to be successful.
Right.
These sterile environments that you always see in these sci-fi movies are not at all what we are moving towards.
Right.
Not at all.
Totally, 3,000%. And if you don't understand that balance, you're going to be that developer that's looking for that new shiny object, and your project's going to fail in 5 years.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, yeah, this sci-fi reality, I think we're talking about really a tech-forward solution, and I think we're ignoring the advantage of embodiment and connection on a human level.
Absolutely.
Certain people really thrive with that, and so space, I think, is an important character in this story. It's designed to enable the co-creation and the collaboration that people are seeking. But not everyone can be there. We have distributed teams more and more nowadays, and so we need to design for two experiences in
But
parallel.
let me ask, I'm gonna get it real granular, because I've asked this question, I've really never finished it all the way through. So digital transformation started 25 years ago. I mean, when we really, the first laptops where we could pick up our IBM sewing machine or our Wang laptop with the printer. I'm dating myself, right?
Yeah, it's okay. We were all there with
Yeah,
you.
we were all there. All right. So that's when it started. And then all of a sudden the laptops got lighter, the iPads showed up, the phones are now computers. So we were on our way. The pandemic absolutely fast-tracked that, because even the most stubborn CEO had to stay home and realize that he needed to keep things going, and we learned to work from home. Why are we still building homes and apartments that people have to work from the third bedroom?
It's totally a cultural thing, right? I mean, it's a corporate culture.
That's a very specific
I mean, why are we still okay? I know nobody that says my goal is to end up in a retirement community, a retirement home, right? I want to live in my house forever. But majority of houses are built with a ton of stairs that prevent you from ever being able to age in place. Why are we still building houses like that, right?
Why if
We're
you
not
have a
looking
home
at the
office,
obvious.
why if you are saying, I'm going to work from home so much time, why don't you have a separate entrance into your office so you don't have to bring your business partners past the bedrooms with the dirty clothes? I mean, there's simple little things. When I first built my home office, the first thing I did was knock out a door and made a very nice professional entrance into my home office. So I entertained some of the most senior level executives in that home office that was equipped with the screens and everything I needed. And people are still in their bedrooms. I've seen people in video conferencing, and there's their bed in the back, and they didn't even make the bed. I had one last week. I was like,
I would love for there to be a take-home kit that corporations develop, so that, you know, here's your kit of parts, here's your sit-stand desk, here's the lighting, here's the acoustics that you need that you can take home. There is a confusion, I believe, that people believe that all work is shaped the same way.
Yep.
That it's totally portable. You can do it from home. You can do it from the office. That's not true. We have different work modalities. We have, you know, the heads down.
Different personalities. Different job functions.
Get stuff done mode. I can do that from home very well, but if I'm trying to recruit a team, if I'm trying to do a post-mortem work, or I'm trying to, you know, develop a product in tandem with other minds, then certain spaces lend well to that.
Yeah.
So you can't do everything from home.
No, absolutely. No, I'm not suggesting that at all. But for the time that we are at home, right, you need an environment that's designed for that.
Sure.
And then you can't work on the kitchen table, and you can work in the bedrooms, but why not give me a space that's a little, and we're here to talk about buildings, and now we're talking about homes, but the point is, this change of digital transformation, impact on how we use space is big, and yet nobody's making big changes.
Well, I'm going to tell you one of the things that I think we are totally missing, and we spoke about this at South by Southwest, and we're the buzz killer. We were on a panel about designing for inclusion in the metaverse. And all these head of innovations for all these companies were saying how amazing virtual connections are and virtual realm and how inclusive that is. And I said, I don't think so, right? Like, first of all, there's an age barrier, there's a gender barrier. I mean, you can look around, like, there's a gender barrier, there's a social economic barrier. Right. But in most of these spaces, we are not addressing what, as architects and designers, we've had to deal with, right? So you don't walk into a space and have like just crazy stuff all over the place and flying at you. And there are a lot of people that can't get through a 3-minute video or be, you know, in that immersive space because it's just a sensory assault.
Well,
it is an assault. And we're not thinking about designing the virtual experience in an inclusive, sustainable way like we do in the physical environment. And so this industry should really get on board very, very quickly with how do we create more inclusive spaces and have some parameters, because not everybody wants things flying all over the place and flipping out. I get nauseous.
But we're not even doing that effectively in the physical.
I would agree.
And I think we're talking about sensory environments, and I don't think people talk enough about the 5 senses in design. It is not just what you draw, what you see, what you visualize.
I have to do something I absolutely hate to do. I'm getting yelled at because we're like 20 minutes over time, right? You are my absolute 3 go-to firms and people. I apologize. Will you promise, can we schedule a webinar or a podcast online where we can continue this conversation for an hour?
Yeah.
You'll invite your architectural industry. I'll invite the building. All 7 will show up to watch it. But this, I don't, there's some real opportunities here, massive opportunities for people who get this. And I so respect your input, and I want to continue this conversation and not get yelled at by Mary. And give us the 3 hours that we need. This was supposed to be quick, but you can see we haven't even touched.
We could talk for hours on this stuff, so absolutely.
And I so appreciate your willingness to be smart, but more important, your willingness to share. So
thank you.
I hate to cut it short, but we've got a schedule and I got to keep to it. So
we'll consider this a teaser for future.
This is a teaser.
Sample. It's a trailer.
You literally have the best in the world. Here they are. We're going to continue this conversation. Thank you so much for being here, Sherry, and being who you are. I really appreciate it. Realcomm out. Thank you.
Resource scarcity and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen. It is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atrius is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're breathing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atrius.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm, aiming to optimize and adapt to ensure readiness for constant business transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open API, Verbrix offers flexibility. It smoothly integrates, becoming an essential component of the smart workplace ecosystem. The outcome? A platform that not only boosts efficiency, but genuinely enriches the user experience. With Verbrix's digital twins platform, envision workplaces that not only thrive on innovation, but also prioritize enhanced health and safety, space management, robust physical security assurance, and eco-friendly initiatives, making Verbrix an all-encompassing solution for modern workplaces. Are you poised for the next era of workplace innovation? Discover the future with Verbrix.
At Willow, we understand that smart isn't just using digital twins and AI. It's understanding when and where to unleash their potential. Acknowledging the widespread enthusiasm around Gen AI, Willow's Activate technology goes beyond the hype. Our technology builds intelligence into structures and infrastructures, while upskilling and accelerating human value. Willow is activating the future now. Smart isn't just owning technology. It's about knowing how to wield it. Willow's expertise lies in pinpointing exactly where and how AI-enabled technology can revolutionize.
Hey, hello everybody. I'm Howard Berger from Realcomm, and I am happy to be here with two of my most valued colleagues and also dear friends. I'm here with Tom Shercliffe and Rob Murkison, co-founders of Intelligent Buildings, and their roots go back more than 20 years, and even further with us at Realcomm. I can't think of any two guys I'd rather have in my trench, in the battle, than Tom and Rob.
Likewise, Howard.
Likewise, absolutely.
So, what do you think? How did it go?
Well, a lot of AI, a lot of sustainability.
And a big announcement from the GSA.
Big announcement. Yep. Do you want to just talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. So, Tom, you fill in the blanks, but it was almost 12, 13 years ago that the GSA was walking the floor, 15 years ago here at Realcomm.
2009.
2009.
Yeah.
And they were looking to do something around data and smart stuff in a building. And fast forward.
So it was Larry Melton. He was assistant commissioner.
Yeah.
GSA.
Larry Melton. And fast forward.
Well, wait, he walked in, and I'm saying, like, who is this guy? Something facilities. And I said, thinking, what are you doing here? So I introduced myself.
I'm with the government, and I'm here to...
Yeah. So I introduced myself. He said, I'm just trying to learn about how to make our building smart. And I said, okay, come here. Let me show you around a little bit. And made our way over to you.
And that was also at that time was a stimulus package had gone through. And what's really great about the stewardship of the GSA is whenever there were those stimulus moments, they really were forward-looking. Back then, it was integration and open protocols, and then it became analytics, and now taking it even to the next level. So that's been really great, I'd say, almost as a citizen. And the other cool thing about that is, they have a little bit lower risk profile. So they can do things that we all should be doing and want to do and kind of pave the way in some ways. So that's been fun to watch also.
Been great students, yeah.
And so for those of the people that are watching live that may not have been at the announcement yesterday, the head honcho, Robin Carnahan, flew in from Washington, D.C. and made at Realcomm announcement that the GSA was investing $80 billion just in smart buildings.
And they announced that at our general session. So it was a big lead up to that. It had to be very, very hush-hush. Robin came in with her entourage, flew in to give ostensibly a 10-minute talk, which fortunately she expanded a little bit. Yeah. And it was actually an excellent, just a fantastic presentation. She ended up hanging out with us for part of the day.
Right.
Really, I think she really enjoyed meeting, getting involved with the community, meeting folks. It was a great experience. Thank you guys for showgunning that.
Well, that was great. And also you mentioned being part of the community. And I will tell you, we've been 21 years here. And as much as ever, I heard people talking about community today. not just the stacks and jewels and the things that are really incredible to give back on, but just the relationships and the collegiality. I mean, I don't know what it is about this year, but people really felt it and appreciated it.
I felt it too.
And I would add, Howard, it's interesting if you sort of go to the next chapter beyond the hype, the theme of your show this year, right? GSA is way beyond the hype. They're actually
proving it out.
They're doing things. But one thing has stayed constant, and that's the data. The data back then, we were walking the floor with Larry, it was at the core of a smart building was about data. And here we are, fast forward, and it's still about the data. There's just a lot of other stuff that's driving it.
Yeah, I think AI turbocharged that, right? Because we were joking earlier today that some of us have been guilty in the past of saying, you got to get the data. And they say, for what? You just got to get the data. and now we're really seeing much more outcome-based, and AI makes it indisputable what you can do with the data.
What you can do with it, but also I think it kind of motivated a lot of organizations that may have instinctively known that the data was important, but they never really could get quite around to getting their own data house in order.
Yeah.
And with the AI has kind of overlaid a reality check on that, and they're actually doing stuff.
And now there's a scramble for it. And Rob and I were talking earlier in the booth today, how just talk about over the years, we used to get the data. We would send a person on site to look at what systems were there and the model number, and we would do an inventory that way. And now we know it can produce this data. Now, fast forward, literally, we're clicking a button with AI.
It's auto-sensing. Yeah.
And we are seeing the model number, the firmware, the exposed data points. I mean, it's really just in that span that we've watched those services change. Amazing.
Yeah, amazing what we can do now with the technology versus what we did 10 years ago.
Just in something simple like inventory. I mean, not even
eliminating all the
use
manual,
case.
a lot of the manual repetitive
Yeah,
stuff.
the idea that you can automatically inventory your building one time and continuously.
Well, onboarding was the expensive. I mean, that was the that was the killer expensive part.
Yeah.
Now that has that's progressed.
I had a CIO talk about his sort of 3-point AI plan, and it was really funny. It syncs to what we're thinking. Is number one, he said data, just like what we're talking about. If you don't even get the data, you're not even having a conversation.
Yeah.
And the second piece was he said something interesting: off-the-shelf solutions. So I'm not going to invent my own AI. I'm going to get the data. I'm going to let people do that. And the third thing was interesting, just to give people comfort. He goes, I'm going to spend a lot of money training people on what to do with it, the prompt engineering idea internally.
Mm-hmm.
So it was really interesting. We just talked about getting the data, but then the other end of the bookend was you still have to have a purpose, an outcome, subject matter expertise. You've got to manipulate and command AI.
I think, especially with AI, not as much with data. You could pull together a data science program with a couple of data folks. I think with AI, you almost have to upskill the entire organization or everyone who is, everyone who is interested in being upskilled.
Or have somebody do it for you.
Right.
We'll have somebody do it for
Either
you.
way,
Well,
either way, yeah.
But you have to create the environment.
Yep.
And I think that educational component piece
Yeah.
is huge. I think that, having kind of an enterprise consciousness about this, we have to embark on on a learning project. I just thought it was really interesting, and I keep bringing this up when Sandeep Dave from CBRE talked about the hackathon that he held.
Yeah.
On AI use cases. I'm hearing more and more folks are doing things like that, but the effect that had, because those were not data IT technology folks.
Right.
Those were business analysts. Those were folks in the organization from finance and marketing and other areas that we're starting to understand that it takes a creative way, a different way of thinking to start applying these new technologies.
Right.
And that's where the gold is. That's how, if you want to boost enterprise value, boost the intellectual capacity and the IP in your organization.
And I would add that the AI, as we think about it, data, AI, sustainability, it all goes back to one thing: dollars, right? In the commercial real estate space, if it's not going to lead to dollars in some way, then those things don't get funded.
Yes.
And one of the interesting things that you mentioned, Stacks and Jules, shout out to those folks. One of the interesting things about AI is it's shifting the equation on the amount of automation that can take place in the operations of a building. So as we increase the technology density that goes inside of our buildings, and that's happening. I mean, when you and I first started the company over 20 years ago, we said, oh gosh, this technology is so complex. Gotten a lot more complex than it was then. This complexity shouldn't lead to more people running. It should lead to the same amount or more efficiencies. And AI is a core aspect of that happening. And that's the way the money's going to have to work.
Yeah, I mean, because no matter what you do, you have to show that whatever a technology initiative is going to drive value. It's going to translate to bottom line. And the faster you can do that.
It's funny you say that about value creation, because I just can't get the story out of my head that Meta stock went up the other day when they simply announced they had a contract to buy GPUs from NVIDIA because they were going to have it.
Yeah.
Just that processing capability. But we can extend that, like you said, even to your own company's value creation. If you are doing something efficient with AI, you should be creating value for your organization.
I think and I think people are starting to understand that. Not fully yet, but if anybody who has been playing around with AI, whether it's on in productivity or, no matter what the application is, kind of starts to get a real understanding of, this stuff, I can do a lot with this.
You can do a lot. And yet another news point about that I was struck by, I can't get it met, is I think it was last year when PwC announced they were going to spend $1 billion internally on learning how to use and prompt AI.
Yeah.
Just really talk about at least betting on value creation.
Well, I mean, and just an indication of how fast things are moving. So when we started putting together the program for this conference in the January timeframe, December-January timeframe, I said, we got to do a session on prompt engineering for commercial, something applied toward commercial risk. So I put together a session on that. It was one of the first ones. I said, everybody's going to flock to that.
Yeah.
As we got closer to the conference, actually the prompt engineering is now being done by the AI.
It's moving that fast.
So it's moving that fast.
Generatively.
Yeah. It generates its own prompts now. So you got to stay up with this stuff.
Yeah.
You got to, it creates opportunities for us as well. I mean, lots of opportunities. I think a lot of folks, going back to the big GSA announcement, a lot of folks go look at AI as this thing that I have to do because I'm getting pressure by my organization. When in reality, a lot of things we're already doing are enabled by AI. It's just we didn't realize that was happening. We just need to use those things to become more productive in the operations of our buildings.
And we're having that conversation a lot of times because of you guys. So I just want to say from both of us, thank you for all that you do and the conference does to facilitate the conversation and the relationships. It's really become a place to build off of those conversations. And
I thank you for saying that. I feel it. I don't think I felt it more than this year. The sense of community was huge. The sense of sharing, and I really I owe a lot. I think we owe a lot of this to the efforts of Intelligent Buildings over the years. So
a lot more people. Thank you.
So with that, hey, great conversation. I'm getting the hand gestures that we got to wrap this up. So with that, it's a wrap.
resource scarcity, and shifting occupant expectations. We are rising to the occasion. We are driving change. The future doesn't just happen, it is made.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's time we expect more from modern spaces. More innovation, more experience, more humanity. The ability to sense, think, and act like us for us. Real intelligence, the kind that helps people do everything we do better. The era of passive spaces ends here. Atrius is delivering the future, where connected spaces take an active role in becoming more sustainable. We're breathing life into your existing building infrastructure with AI-assisted, human-facilitated, data-driven action. Why? For you. Step into the new paradigm for intelligent spaces that sense, think, and act. Experience Atrius.
Welcome to Verbrix, a beacon of innovation pioneering the future of the digital workplace with a zero-touch digital twins platform. As the dynamics of the global workspace shift, Verbrix stands firm, aiming to optimize and adapt to ensure readiness for constant business transformation. But why is an optimized workplace essential? It's not just about cost management, though it certainly plays a pivotal role in that aspect. Its true potential is realized in the elevation of employee productivity and efficiency, which is paramount in today's fast-paced business environment. Here's where Verbrix makes a distinctive mark. Our advanced endpoints, both robotic and stationary, revolutionize workplace data acquisition with a unique zero-touch approach, ensuring data purity and readiness quickly. Empowered by AI capabilities, the Verbrix backend platform transcends conventional data analytics. It is an indispensable enterprise asset, adeptly transforming voluminous data into strategic cognitive automation. Designed with a focus on open
AI. That would be awesome.
There it is.
What do I look at?
We're at the beach.
Yes.
That looks
Oh,
great.
nice
Sitting
view.
on the
That
dock
is
of the bay.
relaxing. That looks relaxing.
Watching the time slip away.
Well, actually, the way they see us in the cameras, we're sitting on that dock, right? So if you look behind, well, actually, I'm in the water a little bit, I think, but yeah.
Without the
Am I
wet.
in the water?
Help, I can't swim.
Swimming.
I do see a little head bobbing up and down.
So we've been told that we have to move a little faster because I'm amazed. This is like the last day of 4 days. We couldn't get people off the stage. They wanted to keep talking, and the level of excitement on so many different topics, whether it's the future of electricity or immersive experiences. I mean, that I felt so bad. Arjun was just getting warmed up, and Mary's yelling at me, "Get off the stage!"
I mean, Arjun was fired up. Yeah.
He's one. I mean, they all are, but he gets it. He really gets it. And to have an architect, all three of them, HOK, Gensler, Zaha Hadid, biggest
That was a
in the
good little
world,
group.
biggest in the world, but out of that whole firm of thousands, they are trying to change the trajectory of what that firm does.
Yeah. That was the right group.
Oh,
that was the right group. Yeah.
All right, so here we are, end of the conference, exhibit floor is breaking down. It's the four of us leading this train. Howard program, Lisa, sales, Nancy, operations and everything. Me, I just try to keep an eye on the three of you. I get my nose in sometimes and you try to swat and get me out. But really, I mean, Howard, what do you think?
I think it's fantastic. Everybody I spoke to commented about how they felt the sense of community.
I heard that. Oh,
I heard that constantly. the vibe. I even heard it from the folks who were running the show. I mean,
Yeah.
from our
AV team,
from our AV team, and from some of the other folks. They said, this is different. We do a lot of conferences, but we really enjoy being with you guys.
Yeah.
And they felt it from the vendors. They felt it from the audience, and that sense of community that they're talking about. I don't know how you really describe it. It's just that everybody really wanted to interact with each other.
Yeah.
There was a sense of wanting to engage, leaning in, being curious, but being human. It was just great.
Totally agree. Lise, how about number one observation?
There seemed to be a different temperament this year, a different, it was about community, as Howard said, but also in just casual conversations with people, they seemed happier.
Yeah.
They seemed happier, and I don't know whether, and it's markedly different from last year.
Markedly different.
Last year was pressure and very serious and very, very, very focused, very intense. This year, I don't know if the environment that Tampa brings, being in Tampa,
the waterfront.
I have to guess.
the waterfront, the areas, the just, I can breathe.
What's funny though is that the topics are more serious, are moving faster,
right?
And everybody knows that compared to last year. But yeah, it was different. We're in it. We're working hard, but boy, it's nice to be. And I think it might be Tampa.
Well, I
in this
think
convention center.
Tampa, the convention center, the sun, the water, all played a part. But I also got a feeling that folks feel like, yes, it's crazy. There's a lot going on. But now I can lean into other people in the community. I heard that. I think people felt supported.
Remember how we used to run around and introduce people?
Yeah.
I saw everybody doing that.
Yeah, I did too.
Come here, you got to
You
meet this
just
person.
don't see that at most conferences.
No.
And I feel like that maybe there's a lot going on, but maybe they're not quite as overwhelmed as they have been before. Because
I think they are really enjoying relying on each other.
Yeah,
right.
And they're willing to help.
It's lifting the load. It's not them by themselves. I mean, whether it was the AI group I was working with, immersive experiences, or everybody seemed to say, all right, yeah, this is tough, but I got some peers or friends that I can fight this out with.
Well, I think in a way, and I'm not that I'm blowing our horn, but I think we helped in a way.
We what?
We helped.
Yeah.
We created channels like the AI advisory group with the cyber, our RECC. Those efforts, I think, have produced some rewards that really have enabled people to get closer together.
Well, and I don't know if you had a chance to really walk the exhibit floor, but there were some really cool, very thoughtful, energetic, interesting exhibits this year.
Yeah.
I mean, you had a lot of people, a lot of the exhibitors also just playing into the human experience with food, and MRI had sliders, and Yavika had this refreshment bar, and we had food over here.
I saw
and
cookies
drinks
and
over
food
here,
all over the place.
All over the place, yeah.
espresso bars over here. I mean, it was like, okay, let's.
Well, they have the health club at the end of the hall, right? So you go work it all out.
They kind of figured out they're going to bring their own now.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Nance, I mean, you keep everything glued together behind the scenes, but what's your number one takeaway?
This was a great city for us. I remember being here 5 years ago, and there was nothing to do. It was kind of dead. 5 o'clock, the streets rolled up, and our people were out till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning last night because they just kept following bars. So there was a nice liveliness to the city at night. And then during the day, I mean, what is there not to like about the views? Every session room had an ocean or a sea view.
Yeah.
It was just
I mean, I remember being in Vegas last year and in that session room, and it was dark and the lights, and it made me tired. I'm not even tired after 4 days. My feet don't hurt. Nothing about me is tired. And I'm like, all right, we had some issues that maybe caused some stress last year, but those windows, I'm telling you, and those session rooms, it was a huge difference. It brought energy and all sorts of stuff. My number one, I mean, everything was, almost a perfectly executed conference. I mean, I didn't hear about anything. I didn't see anything. Everything seems to be going great. But my one takeaway was the digis last night. I have never in 26 years seen excitement and energy, high fives, hugs, people running around and congratulating each other. Everybody was here. We only had one award that wasn't here, and they were actually here and just didn't pick it up. First time in 26 years.
And the joy and the emotions that people getting the awards.
Yeah.
They weren't just walking up and just,
they were coming up with robes.
Yeah.
10 people at a time.
All right. Unfortunately, we are out of time. We got on a tight schedule. And I just want to say, wrapping at 2024, A+ to our team who's walking on. A+ to the AV team, the convention center, the city, the attendees, the vendors, the sponsors. I'd say top 3 in 26 years, if not the best.
Yeah.
I would
One
too.
of them.
It takes a
Top
village.
3.
Yeah.
Takes a village. Here comes the village. Look at this. I want and guys, get the AV team out here too. We want them part of the picture.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They were
They're running
Yeah, get them
They
out.
were
All right,
fast.
so we're gonna go Realcomm Live Out 2024. Thank you to everybody. Be well.
Peace out.
No, hold on. We got to get more people.
Are we done? We cut?
Can we get? Hey, Annalise.